have joined us today, which is Alder Gerlach, I see, and I saw Alder Stoyer. And that's it. So roll call. Alder Galvin. His lips moved. He's here. Yep. Alder Corpus Dax. Here. Alder Johnson.
Here.
Okay. Are there any other alders that I missed?
Alder Vanderleest.
Oh, there you are. Okay. Alder Vanderleest.
Thank you.
And I see the mayor's here. Oh, and there's Alder Burnett. Okay. They're adding in right now. Any other alders? No. Okay. So the first part of the meeting is going to be the regular business for personnel and finance. And of course, the other alders are very welcome to chime in on any items that may be of concern. And that part, I'll introduce the mayor, and he'll say a few words first, and then we'll proceed with the budget part. So for the first item of business is approval of the agenda. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved by Alder Corpus, second by Alder Johnson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Approval of the minutes for the Finance Committee from October 12th, 2021.
Second.
Moved by Alder Corpus Dax, second by Alder Galvin. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Approval of the Personnel Committee meetings from October 12th.
So moved.
Second by Alder Johnson. Second, is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Regular business. All right, the first thing is for consideration with possible action, the request by the fire chief to adopt the new ambulance rates. And we all received, or should have received, an email today from the fire chief, and perhaps he would explain, go over that email for the rest of the people that maybe didn't see it.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Dorf. So I sent out an email, just a follow-up email this morning. So first of all, I apologize for the rates getting in late, but we were waiting on our provider to get all the data together. And so that's why it's here before you on budget day. And in my original memo, we have historically charged different rates for resident versus non-resident on the ambulance billing. And that was my original recommendation just because of the past history. However, we did receive some information from the billing company and their legal counsel basically saying that can create conflict with both Medicare and Medicaid, could actually be illegal for us to be charging separate rates for ambulance service. And I provided that. I did provide that information directly to the committee. I did not share it with the full council, but the finance committee members at least have that. And so I guess I'm rescinding my original memo on the recommendation to charge those different rates and to just go with what LifeQuest has recommended that we charge down the line for ambulance billing.
So if we were to amend this, or maybe Diana can help us, what exactly needs to be amended on this chart here?
We don't need to amend it. Yeah, we don't need to amend anything. So that if you look at the chart, and it says Green Bay Metro Fire Department rate survey, and then on the far right, it's just in the green section. It says recommended rates. So if you just look at the first two lines, it says ALS resident, ALS non-resident. You'll notice that the charge for those are exactly the same. So nothing needs to be amended as far as the chart. Just in my original memo, I had suggested that maybe we would charge $100 less for residents, only to find out through their interpretation from their legal counsel that probably runs afoul of Medicare and Medicaid rules.
Okay. All right. Alders, is there any more discussion on this?
Just
Alder
one word.
Alder Johnson's first, but then I'll get to you, Alder Vanderleest.
Sure.
Thank you, Alder Dorf. Chief, admittedly, I'm not sure what all these acronyms stand for, ALS, BLS, SCT. The thing that my eye goes to more specifically is taking a look at our existing rates and then the recommended rate. And several of these are rather substantive increases in fees. Can you just help walk me through that? Like, how are these fees paid? Does insurance cover these? I mean, you know, and really even when I take a comparison to other communities, right? Waukesha tending to be on the higher end, to Rivers being on the lower end. What is it that Waukesha or Green Bay, for that matter, is doing to provide a service that justifies a rate that's double than what to Rivers is, for example? So could you just kind of walk me through that a little bit?
Well, there's a couple of factors in that. So first of all, the payer mix. So when we look at our payer mix, or who pays the bills for ambulance billing here in the city, about 60% of the billing that we send out is paid by Medicare and or Medicaid. So that's 60%. About 30% of it is paid by private insurance, and then about 10% is self-pay. So those folks that are, there are some out there that are self-pay that have, you know, it's about 10% of what ends up getting billed, and they pay through their own pocket. Now, when you look at the Medicare and Medicaid rates, those rates, there is a max cap on those rates, and that's set annually by Medicare and adopted by Medicaid, by the state. And they basically take an average of regions. So in other words, so Wisconsin might be lumped into the Midwest region, meaning other states, so like the Great Lakes areas. And so they set their max based on averages. And so in order for us to, part of LifeQuest's review is where should we set our rates in order to maximize our rate reimbursement from Medicare and Medicaid. So that would be the first part of it. And then the second part of it is, of course, just looking at some of the providers that they've shown there, that you know, the going rates and what the, you know, the averages are and what they're recommending for us. I will tell you that these are all public fire department service rates. If you were to look at a private ambulance service, such as, I'll just say County Rescue here in Brown County, who is a private company, you would see that the bills that they charge are probably at least 50% higher than the $1,400 recommended there, maybe as much as 75% higher on a private side of their business. So as far as the justification for, you know, the rate increase, again, it's maximizing what we get out of Medicare and Medicaid. It is falling in line with, you know, basic averages throughout the state. And it's been, I believe, I don't know exactly, but I think it's been 3 years since we've raised our rates. And if you look at, you know, again, most importantly, that, you know, let me also just say this. Any resident who would be on private pay, that 10%, if they fall below a certain level of income, they can claim hardship. Those hardship cases are reviewed by the finance department, and the bills can be waived and or partially waived through the finance department. So just to, you know, I want to, you know, assure the council members that there is a mechanism there for people that are facing tough times. There is a mechanism there for them to not have to pay, you know, these fees. And so with that, that's the recommendation that came from LifeQuest. And then if you look at the, you know, the next couple of pages on their examples, I asked them to do a financial impact on what this looks like. And essentially on the city of Green Bay side, you could be looking at a $500,000 increase in our ambulance revenue. If you look at the Alloway, you're looking at another $50,000. I would just caution you that on the third page, or the Bellevue impact, that impact is, they basically just took the number of calls that we've taken for County Rescue in 2021. We actually take over the full ambulance service in Bellevue on January 1st. So in 2022, that revenue impact is going to look just like the Alloway, or very, very close to it. So we expect the Bellevue revenues to be somewhere in the area of about $50,000 as well. So total could be a total impact of $600,000. And if you looked at my memo, I indicated that I'd be comfortable with raising our revenue projection in our budget to $300,000 over our previous year based on these new rates, to be conservative.
Okay. And I appreciate that explanation, Chief. And so just for clarity's sake, again, when we're looking at these recommended rates, would Medicare and private insurance generally 90% of the time are going to kick in here? Do they cover 100% of that cost? Or admittedly, I've never been carried in an ambulance, thankfully. So I'm just not a little bit unfamiliar perhaps with how that reimbursement works.
Yep. So Medicare and Medicaid patients, there is a maximum cap, as I alluded to before, and that's based on averages through the regions. And Medicare and Medicaid will only pay up to a cap. And I don't know exactly what the cap is, but let's just say that it's $900 for an advanced life support, which is the ALS category there. The 900 is the max, and then the city is not allowed to go after that other $500. So in other words, 900 is the cap that Medicare puts on it. They're paying the $900, and then our billing company basically that takes care of that statement, and they move on. It's uncollectible money, the balance.
Is it uncollectible, or do they pursue the resident for that payment?
They do not. Medicare and Medicaid rules are very specific that they only you have to take what their maximum payment is allowed.
Okay, so really the only time that we are securing payment from residents is that 10% of the time where they're self-pay.
That is correct. And then there's also a mechanism there for those that are unable to pay. They have a process by which they can appeal through the finance committee, finance department that does not run through the fire department.
Have we ever contemplated, or would it be possible for us to create a separate rate structure, very similarly to when you go to a private healthcare provider and they give you kind of like, if you don't have insurance, here's your cash payment, and it's at a discount. I mean, how complex of a process is it to do that? And the reason I'm even asking this question is because obviously the less of this burden that we can place on our taxpayers, the happier I would be.
Yeah, I understand the concern. I don't think that that's a common. In fact, I'm not aware of anywhere around the state where that practice is done. I don't know, based on what I just said about charging not resident versus non-resident under the Medicare and Medicaid rules. I'm going to guess that it's not allowable under that same rule process. I can check, but I doubt that I doubt that answer will change.
Okay. No, and I think I'm good. I think recognizing that there is that mechanism to apply for hardship. Is that something when we send those bills that they're given information about that, or do they have to seek that information out on their own?
I'll defer to Director Ellenbecker on that.
Alder Johnson, can you repeat that question, please?
When someone is suffering an economic hardship and they receive a bill for the ambulance service, do we give them information up front that if you are experiencing financial hardship, here's how you can reduce or eliminate this bill, or do they have to seek that information out on their own?
I actually may defer to Assistant Pam Manley the answer to that question.
I don't have the exact answer. Right now, LifeQuest is actually the one who makes that determination for the city of Green Bay. We agreed upon that a year or two ago. I don't know if they have to ask and specifically say that they're having trouble paying in order to receive that request. I don't think it's sent out right away with their bill, right? Saying, hey, you can request for financial hardship. I think when they work with LifeQuest and say, hey, I can't make this payment, they work with them and will give them the information if they find that it's suitable for them, or if they directly request it.
Okay. And I hope it's understood why I'm asking, right? I don't mind, taking advantage of full Medicaid reimbursement, but when I'm looking at, for example, just this top line, the resident one, and we're raising the price from $900 to $1,400. I mean, that's a $500 price increase. That's more than 50%. And for someone experiencing financial hardship, that's a lot of money. So that's really the nature of my questioning. But I think I'm good for now. Assistant Director Manley, if maybe we could inquire, I don't know if that's your department or if that's Chief's, but if we can inquire with how LifeQuest handles that, I think we can have a future discussion if we want to change that process.
I can definitely check with the company. I can tell you that, typically when we run into a situation like this, if we've got a resident that's having a hardship, LifeQuest has been really, really easy and good to work with. They've been very, very straightforward with these things. We'll make sure that they are aware of that. And I can tell you that in the last, I think we've had LifeQuest now for 3 years. I've had 0 complaints come across my desk regarding the billing company and how they've handled such claims. So I think that should give the council some sense of confidence in what they're doing.
Thanks. Thank you, Chief.
Further questions, Alder Johnson?
I'm just getting
Any further
warmed up,
questions?
Alderdorf. Buckle up.
Yeah, and this, yeah, I know. Yes.
I'm
So
teasing.
before I call on Alder Vanderleest, who's next, I just do want to comment that either way, the taxpayers are going to pay for it. If a person can't pay for it themselves, then the rest of the taxpayers are covering it because it costs a certain amount of money, especially for the advanced life-saving calls. So either way, the taxpayers pay for this service. And we do get some revenue from that, which would also be paid for by the taxpayers if we had to raise the mill rate to cover it. So it's kind of all there in the mix. Now, Alder Vanderleest, I did call on him before, and Alder Galvin, I'll get you right away. Alder Vanderleest, can we by any chance see you, or are you just a voice today?
Let me just,
Okay, now we can, okay. It would be helpful if other elders want to chime in. If they put their video on and raise their hand, then I could see them better. Thank you. Go ahead, Alder Vanderleest.
thank you, Ms. Dorp. My question was answered with Chief Litton on the price and some of the information that was discussed with Brian. So my question is already answered. The fee for the public then right across the board, resident or non-resident, is $1,400. So that was my only question. And I want to just say that the rescue does a very good job. I've had to use them twice with family members, and hats off to their excellent service. So I'm comfortable with what was mentioned, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Alder Vanderleest. Alder Galvin.
I had a constituent that had a problem paying a rescue squad bill for her husband. She contacted me. It turned out she had already gotten information on how to contact the city and that she couldn't pay, but I just assisted her a little bit, and the city was very understanding and took care of her issue with absolutely no other problems. So
Good to know.
there's something in place there, and like I said, the city was very good to her.
Thank you, Alder Galvin. Yes, go ahead, Chief Litton.
Aldorf, I just want to add in, just want to kind of run down the costs of providing service to the residents. Every ambulance that we purchase is $300,000, and the council approves those. In fact, we'll have 2 more for next year for the capital improvements. We just spent almost $600,000 on cardiac monitors, 12-lead cardiac monitors, the same things that are used in the hospital. And then you take into account all the other equipment that's in the ambulance, you're probably adding up another, $50,000 per ambulance in equipment and supplies. And then you talk about the salaries of the paramedics and the folks that are staffing that. And, the fees that we're charging here, I mean, we're not even breaking even on providing a service. I think that the council should understand that. It's just a supplement to what taxpayers are already doing. And it really, if you look at it this way as it being a fee-driven or a use-driven fee, I think it helps to justify, what we're asking for here.
Thank you. Good explanation. All right. Should we then, I'll entertain a motion to approve,
So moved.
adopt. Okay, I'll move Alder Galvin. Is there a second? Second. Second by Alder Corpus Dax. Any further discussion before we adopt the new ambulance rates? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Number 2, consideration with possible action on the request for the 2022 new positions and reclassifications. Recommendation to discuss during the individual department's 2022 budget approval. Should we glance at them to see what's coming, or should we just wait to discuss them?
Let me jump in. I just want to let you know, the way the packet is put together, unfortunately, all the backup is after the budget book, so I'm not sure if you had a chance to see that. I just want to let you know that it is in our packet. I don't actually have the electronic page number at the moment, but it's in there. So I will let Director Falls discuss how he wants to handle these.
Alder Dorf, your question, that's up to the committee, however they want to do it.
All right. Committee, do you want to do a quick overview, or do you want to just wait till we get to each individual item in the budget?
I can wait.
I can wait.
Okay with that.
Galvin, Johnson?
I'm okay with that.
Okay. Yes.
I think maybe the motion could be something like approval of the 2022 new positions and reclassifications contingent upon approval in the 2022 budget.
I like that. Who would like to make that motion?
So moved.
Moved
Second.
by Alder Kurbis-Dack, second by Alder Galvin. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. All right. Number 3, consideration with possible action on a resolution adopting the 2022 City of Green Bay fee schedule. There is a change that I would like to make, but I will let the rest of the committee go first. And mine has to deal with the food vehicles, the food trucks. Oh, come on, get in here. Does anyone want to talk about any of the fees other than that?
So Alder Dorf?
Yes, Alder Johnson.
Thank you. So, and this was a while ago that I had submitted a communication on this particular topic for us to see this comprehensive list of fees. And I think, Director Ellenbecker, I think when we talked about that, it was something that your department was working on at the time already. So it was great. But I think this is a really good process. I mean, for us to be able to see all these fees and make this decision one time per year. The one thing, because I think this is the first time we've looked at this fee schedule in its entirety before the budget process. I can't recall if we did this last year, but in either event, there are a lot of fees that the city of Green Bay charges for that I question whether or not we're even using them or enforcing them. And I sure think it would be more outside of this process to really kind of do a deep dive into some of these, but also just recognizing the carrying costs and the administrative costs associated with doing some of these fees, right? When you're chasing around a $5 dog permit fee, and it's costing you $20 in labor to do it, why do we have it? So I just kind of want to get the gears turning on that a little bit. It's a future discussion, nothing I'm looking to modify right now, but I do think it is a conversation that we have to have as a city.
Alder Johnson, I just want to step in. On August 24th, we did see all the fees and we did see all the proposed schedule, because that is how we built the budget. There were the few places that there were changes. It was approved at that point so that we can move forward and put it in our budget. At that point, it was some of the departments were a little segregated and not all as one. Since then, we've been able to consolidate it and put it into one nice look. And I shouldn't say Lindsay Mather, our assistant at the city attorney, is the one who pulled it together, and the law department. But so we did look at them once before. You're right, there are a lot of fees. This was certainly a request. There are two things happen. One, you had to put a request in for this information. And then second, hopefully I use the right word, but through the recodification of the ordinances, the goal was to obviously get all the fees out of the ordinances and put it into one fee schedule. So there was two things going on at the same time. The law department was able to make that happen. This is the first time you are seeing it right prior to a budget meeting.
Yeah, and that's what I was referring to more specifically. I do remember us looking and approving these, I think, even at that August meeting. So it was just a general comment, Alder Dorf. So no action.
All right. The one I'd like us to look at is number 10574, and it's on page 10 of the memo. And it's the mobile food establishment license to operate fee. Give you a second to find that. 10574.
I'll second
Okay,
your
ready?
motion, Alder Dorf.
What?
I'll second your motion.
I didn't make it yet, but pretty quick I will. So I looked at, there's actually 4 places to look here, that whole area. There's 4 different license fees. And I did speak with the city clerk, and I did ask her if $50 would cover the cost, our administrative cost, rather than $100. And she said yes. So I really like that it's gone, and I know Alder Johnson does too, that it's gone from 500 to 100 if it's not in connection with a city-based business, but even further, even if it is, it went to 100, and then the renewal fee is 100, and both renewal fees are 100. I would like to move that all 4 of those be changed to $50.
Second.
And it was seconded by Alder Johnson. So discussion. Anybody? Hardly now, except Alder Galvin. I can see you. Go ahead.
Okay, and my question is, out of all the fees, why this one are we
Okay.
lowering it?
Okay. I had brought this forward a while ago too, because my neighborhood associations had wanted to have food trucks for some of the neighborhood celebrations that they had. And some of the food trucks, I mean, it was just not possible for them they would lose money if they had to pay the $500 to come in and do a food truck for the neighborhood association. So that's kind of when it was brought to my attention. And then Alder Johnson had talked about this as well, and we talked together. And I think I'm just trying to serve the desires of the city, whether it's needs or not the desires, because what we're getting now is probably nothing, because many food trucks are not going to come into the city if they have to pay $500. They're not. And it doesn't cost that much for us to administer this. So that's why I, in particular, was focused on the food trucks. Recently, it's also become kind of a topic on Facebook, but this was long before that. I think it was last May or June that I was looking to see if these could be lowered.
Alder Dorf, if I may add.
Yes.
Thank you. So, essentially, I completely agree with everything that Alder Dorf has said. What I have noticed, both in my role as the clerk and in my previous role as the chief of staff, is that we have compliance issues. So I currently went into our list. We have 7 licenses. 5 are food trucks, what we would consider, I think what most people think of when you talk about a mobile food establishment that's serving like, tacos or soup or whatever out of a truck. Then we have 2 ice cream carts. So that is a total for 2022, the 21-22 license year of $3,500 that we have received. And when I look on the Food Truck Coalition website, and I had really excellent conversations with them a couple of years ago before the plague, there are 12 food trucks that are in that on that coalition website. And so what we're really looking for here, especially in the clerk's office, is compliance, because we would love to have a list of however many food trucks are in our community who actually have licenses. And let me just reiterate, the purpose of the license is it is not a health department license. The health department still does that. This is a license to be on the street. And so what we do in the clerk's office is we essentially look at all of the information that they've already provided to the county, the health department. The police department also has a role in approving the food truck license, and it's good for a year. I do believe that the $500 fee was meant to be somewhat keeping food trucks at arm's length in the city. And right now, I think we should move instead from that philosophical stance to one of we want food trucks and we want them to be compliant. So yeah, thank you, Alder.
Thank you. And in addition, every single municipality that they are in or village also charges a license fee. So if they serve in Green Bay, there's that. And then there's De Pere, and then there's Ashwaubenon, and then there's Howard. So there's license fees for every single, in addition to the county health department license fee. Lots of license fees for the food trucks. And they really don't have that much of a profit margin. So that is why.
Alder Dorf.
Yes.
Good.
Alder Johnson.
Thank you. And I support the motion. This is, I had submitted the communication a while ago about modernizing our food truck ordinance, and that was referred to staff. And I do still think we need to work on that. We need to streamline the process. And I don't want to get too far into the weeds with that. It's really about, is this an appropriate fee for what we need to achieve? Right now, we're pushing a piece of paper. That's it. We're not doing the inspection. We're not doing anything. We're pushing a piece of paper for $50. And to Clerk Jeffrey's point about, why were these fees created? Well, look, I think it's pretty apparent, $500 if you don't have a brick and mortar, $300 if you do. It was an attempt to create some parity, right? You're not paying property taxes, so we want you to pay something. And then, of course, I think what we've seen over the last several years is sort of that approach has led to fewer participants. And that's just a quality of life discussion. So I think bringing this fee down to be more in alignment with what our actual costs are, creating opportunities for these facilities to operate in our community, I think that's a win for our residents. I support it.
Any other discussion? Oh, Alder LaFave and then Alder Galvin for a second time. And then Alder Galvin. Alder LaFave.
Yes, I agree with everything that's said. I think that 50 more than covers our costs, and it's a simple thing that we have. And I think food, because they used to have them down by the library, and I noticed that's gone. So I think this is, they're kind of a nice thing to have in our city, and I don't think they're really taken away from the restaurants. Hopefully, I think the way we had set up our ordinance, it would control that. But I think this is a good idea to bring it down and make it reasonable and for our point. And the other one would be the health department is important. And I don't know what they charge, but that's a very important one to make sure that everything is safe. And I think if everybody follows that, then I think we'll be okay.
Thank you, Alder LaFave. Alder Sawyer.
Thank you, Chair. I concur as well. We're getting to be a bigger city. We have many, many events throughout the city. People are looking for choices. Food trucks, like anything else, their prices are going up for a lot of equipment and food and such. They're dealing with that as well. So anything we can do to help them continue on, I think the $50 would be fine. So like I said, we're a big city. We have a lot of festivals, different things going on, neighborhood association meetings, like you said, Alderdorf. So I think it's important. So I concur as well. Thank you.
And Alder Galvin.
When we have things like Ignite downtown, the 4th of July, food trucks show up, is anyone making sure they've paid the fees, that they're licensed to operate in the city of Green Bay? I mean, like Alder Johnson said, we're charging $50. We're not putting $50 in the effort to make sure that the trucks that are around are properly licensed with the health department or anything. When you see how many are around and operating in town, it's obvious from what Clerk Jeffries has said that there's many of them probably haven't paid their fee. And I understand that we're trying to encourage more businesses in Green Bay and the atmosphere that this brings. But there's some downside to some of this too. There's cleanup, there's maintenance and things that have to occur around these sites. And so going forward with whatever fee we end up with, is there anything in place to make sure that someone's checking on food trucks or anything else that we charge fees for to make sure that not only are they paying the fee, but are they being compliant with the rules that go with it?
Clerk Jeffries, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, thank you, Alderdorf and Alder Galvin. This is a conversation that we had with the police department a few years ago. And one thing that the law department did recently was to eliminate the 150-foot restriction from restaurants. So that essentially, when we went to talk to the police department, the police really did not have a good handle on how we could enforce the food trucks, like where they were even supposed to be. I think that, Alder, this is something that we continue to work on. As I said, the law department updated the ordinance to make it a little more easily enforced. And, enforcement of our licenses is always an issue. I think clear display is important. I think understanding the rules for all concerned are important, as long as rules are clear and concise and easily communicated. So I think that's something that we continue to work on. And, if you'd like an update in, I would say 6 months or so, especially after this kind of gets going and we can have some more food trucks comply and have additional conversations with the police department, I'd be happy to do that.
Oops, Alder LaFave.
My timer's going off, but I just want to quick say, the few food trucks that I have seen around, I haven't seen garbage laying around. I think they patrol themselves, and
Okay.
I think it's been good. Thank you.
Okay, get your bread, whatever.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so any other discussion? Alder Galvin, did your question get answered?
Yes.
Okay, any other discussion on this? I think, I guess my more proper motion would be to move to amend the fee schedule with for 10,574 to $50 for each of the 4 categories. And then Brian Alder Johnson, just second that? Okay.
Alder?
Yes.
I just had a
sorry.
quick, I'm sorry, I just had a quick question to what Alder Galvin said. Don't the trucks have to have some kind of sticker in there that would be easily detected to see that they've paid their fee? I always thought there was something that you could just walk by and see if they're compliant or not, or am I missing something here?
Well, I think what you're missing is who's going to go out and check that.
Yeah, so that's money too. That's
If you were
money
to ask
too.
any police officer out there, I bet they don't know anything about the licensing of food trucks, and I don't know who else would do it.
All right, well, just a shot there, just a
Yeah.
shot.
We'll solve that one later. Right now,
Okay.
we'll just work on amending the schedule. All
All
right.
right.
So that the first part would be to amend it. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. And Alder Corpus Jacks, I think, said aye, but she's muted.
Yep.
And then, okay, motion carries. Now I need a motion to adopt the fee schedule
So moved.
as amended. Okay. Moved by Alder Galvin, second by Alder Corpus Jacks. All those in favor say aye. Aye. I should have asked, is there further discussion? No, okay, seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed,
Aye.
nay. Okay, so the fee schedule has been adopted. Number 4, consideration with possible action on resolution adopting the city's plan for expenditure of funds received pursuant to the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. And I'd like Mayor Genrich to maybe give some comments about this item. Mayor Genrich.
Yes.
There he is. Okay.
Dorf. Thanks for having me. Yeah, I'll just give some high-level comments and invite Director Ellenbecker to chime in as well as other city staff who have any input to offer. But I think as the committee knows, as alders know, we did engage in a pretty robust public input process, having a survey available on the city's website and distributed through a variety of means. Over 700 responses were received as a result of that. Also had a couple of town hall discussions on both the budget and ARPA. So, partially as a result of that, partially as the result of input here internally, we wanted to offer a high-level framework so that we could move forward. It's something that's required by the federal government and by our SOGs, which were approved by council with respect to ARPA. So taking all that into account, I wanted to offer this framework for the committee and for council to consider. One of the probably most common responses we received in the survey was related to infrastructure. As we all know, I think at this point, those are not explicitly allowable expenses. However, there's a big caveat with the revenue loss calculation that is also involved in the federal guidance. And so roughly that revenue loss calculation is in the neighborhood of $10 million, which is why we put that number in there, recognizing that we are able to use that amount to supplement our capital improvement plan and also direct those resources to organizational priorities and things that could enhance the efficiency and potentially bring down costs for our organization. The next one on the list is $6 million related to affordable housing and small business support. I think everybody understands that affordable housing and really high quality housing at all income levels is a huge need in the community. And also recognizing the fact that certain small businesses, particularly in the service industry, have been hampered by COVID-19 and the economic impacts of the pandemic. Wanted to put in a healthy number there as well. Next is $3 million for stormwater / green infrastructure What I would love to see happen here in the discussion that is ongoing with Melissa Schmitz and Matt Heckenleibel and Steve Grenier and others would be the creation of some micro grant programs available to both businesses and residents so that they might be able to adopt some green infrastructure strategies to help out our stormwater and prevent flooding in neighborhoods. Potentially, room for some larger scale stormwater costs. But I think, as we all understand, those large scale projects are awfully costly. And so we could probably do a fair amount on the residential and business side with some smaller grant programs or loan programs. Next is crime prevention and neighborhood enhancement. Another thing that was noted frequently in the survey, and I think just around town interactions with residents, we all understand the importance of doing whatever we can to make our neighborhoods safer. Chief Davis has had a lot of conversations internally with Commander Warwick and with some national experts in this area, and I think could put these funds to good use. And then finally, one big allowable area of spending under federal law is things related to tourism. And so, feel like this would be a good way to support tourism related activities, particularly things related to arts and culture in the community that could benefit from a little bit of a boost. So that's, the high level overarching framework that obviously does not amount to 23.7. We left a little bit of wiggle room as well in there, but wanted to bring this forward both for discussion and, as I said, for input from council. And the final point that I will make, these are just, large buckets of categories that we have here. And what we're really going to be relying on is, department staff and department heads bringing forward recommendations, responding to input from council, and ultimately getting approval for the specific, programs and areas of spending within these categories.
Mayor, is there going to be a separate meeting or conversation that'll take place around that? Or will you bring things to council as they come up?
Yeah, I think it'll be a series of discussions. I don't know that we would necessarily want to wait for all of those programs to be prepared in order to bring those forward, because it's a large chunk of money and sort of a complicated area of policymaking. And so I think we'll be bringing those forward as soon as staff is ready to make recommendations. And I think, obviously the first one that you're seeing is today because it's related to the city's budget.
Are there any questions for Mayor Genrich on this? Yes, Alder Johnson.
Whether it's Mayor Genrich or Director Ellenbecker, is there a requirement that this be adopted by resolution today? And once this is adopted by resolution, does this obligate us to maintain those buckets, or can those amounts be changed if projects come forward that necessitate that conversation?
Yeah, I would just say there's no requirement necessarily that we approve the overarching framework today, but there's also flexibility there. That nothing, that we approve today, if it is approved today or, by council next week, none of that is set in stone. We could certainly modify it down the line.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking is, to be perfectly honest, as I'm looking at this, I feel like I'm kind of being asked to make an uninformed decision. And what I mean by that is certainly, you guys have seen the surveys, you've received a lot of that feedback. There's really no supporting documentation to help me understand if these buckets are right or appropriate. I've got some ideas of projects, I'm sure individual alders do. And that's why I wonder if there's no sense of urgency, to adopt this, if maybe holding it so that we have a little bit of time to evaluate, not holding it indefinitely, right? Holding it to maybe the next finance meeting so that we can really kind of assess some of the projects that we'd like to see, but also maybe better understanding, Mayor, from you and your administration, kind of how you came up with these amounts for each bucket. I'm sure, you've got some supporting information that help us better understand, what's driving those numbers.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think there's necessarily a real issue there. Certainly need to approve that 700,000, but that's a separate item. So related to the budget, we would obviously need to act on that. But in terms of the framework as a whole, we could certainly wait on that a little bit and definitely provide the information that's been gathered from those survey results to alders who'd like to take a look at that.
Yeah, and part of that too, I think, is even I'll just take the first one, right? 10 million for capital needs. I'm sure the administration has some thoughts around what are some major investments that we need to make that would be qualifying expenditures under that. So maybe helping us again understand what's comprising each of these numbers rather than just looking at a bucket. I think it would help us understand, kind of like, okay, these are some of the things we're looking to achieve, and again, the respective bucket that would help fund that.
Yeah, and that's certainly no problem from my end. Like I said, though, I think we do want to at some point approve sort of a general framework relatively soon, and then we'll bring those more detailed programmatic items through when they're ready, because I just wouldn't want to hold up us moving forward with some of these programs.
Yeah, totally agree. And that's why I'm saying, like, I'd be more comfortable, holding maybe for the next finance meeting, just so that we could have a little bit more robust conversation around what's comprising some of the buckets. So,
sounds good.
Alder Brunette?
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson Dorf, and thank you, Mayor, for that explanation. I know Alderman Weary could not attend, but I don't speak for him, but one thing he had asked for was a list of the responses, because I know we have, the 4 or 5 different categories, certain percentage in each category, but I'd like to see those comments too, just for my understanding of what the people in the community, when they could add comments, what they were saying exactly. And I think it's inevitable now that the funds are there and the public is aware of the funds, that council members will be approached, because I've been approached by several people and organizations specifically requesting that ARPA funds be allocated for their certain area, whether it be economic development, neighborhood groups. And so just a little criteria, because I want to keep everything above board. When good ideas to me, I want to be able to channel those to the proper places so that it removes all, from my perspective, all influence that I have in the process, that all projects are considered. So it'd be good to know what those comments were when presented to the public, because things like neighborhood enhancement, that can mean a lot of different things. Does that money go to neighborhood associations for grants? Does it go to improving a neighborhood park? Does it adding positions, inspection? There are a lot of things. So it would be very helpful to have that information. And it seems like the mayor is very open to that, but I think sharing that to the council would be great for us to have. Thank you. That's all.
Yeah, there's no problem. And I think we could certainly attach those survey results maybe to the next meeting of the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mayor.
So
Thanks.
If there's no further comments, since we have 324 pages left, I think maybe I could entertain a motion to hold this until the November 30th Finance Committee meeting. Does anyone want to make that motion?
Move to hold.
Move to hold by Alder Johnson, second by Alder Corpus Stacks. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed nay. Motion carries. We will hold that. Now, the next item, number 5, for consideration and possible action to approve the use of a portion of the American Rescue Plan Act loss revenue calculation to fund one-time building repairs, new equipment, or repairs in the 2022 budget. Staff, would anyone like to speak to this?
I can start that. As the mayor was just saying, the reason why we put that resolution in front of you, which didn't have to be acted on right now, is just kind of showing the framework. And within that first item, the $10 million lost revenue, there was a calculation that came out from the federal government that allowed us to, at an entity-wide, put in all the numbers and see how much revenue we potentially lost last year in, again, entity-wide because of ARPA, because of COVID. And so that amounted to about $10 million. We have the calculation, we can share that with you. And that's how the $10 million kind of got as just a allocation bucket. In that allows you to use it for many options. And one of them is to help and repairs infrastructure, those type of things. And in this case, we are asking to use a portion of what would be that one allocation, larger allocation of lost revenue in our 2022 budget. Mayor has mentioned 700,000. At one point, it ended up getting modified to 655,000. Right now is what's in this budget because that ended up making it about a 1% mill rate increase. So within our budget right now, we have identified items that could potentially be covered by ARPA funds that would be eligible expenses that are in our budget. We would leave them in our budget, but we would use ARPA funds to cover them, which would decrease the amount of levy that we would have to use of about $655,000.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps would you someone share the screen so we can just have everyone see what the use is? I think that would be good for transparency.
Thank you, Pam.
Okay, so looking at that.
So these were just recommended and proposed items that are already in our budget. In most cases, again, they're one-time items. So, you know, again, I'm a finance director. I don't typically like to use one-time money in a budget. So that's, I mean, we've talked about that before. We try to get all the one-time items out of our budget. But these are items that have been put in our budget that really are one-time expenses, not an ongoing operational item. And so we were able to list them out toward the bottom. It gets, again, some proposed items. But if there's some kind of one-time building repair or one-time building or equipment repair, that will now, once it's repaired, it'll reduce costs in the future. So these are one-time things that are going to either not occur again or to actually save us money in the future on future operating budgets.
Thank you. And I think that is a wise way to look at it. We've gotten into some trouble in the past using one-time funds to balance the budget and then needing to raise the mill rate because we got so far in the hole. Any questions, concerns, discussion on this item? Seeing none, I'll enter.
Alder Dorf.
Okay, Alder Johnson.
Really more of just a legal question around this. Simply because I want to ensure that we're in compliance if we do support this. And it was my understanding that the ARPA funds couldn't be used to reduce your property taxes. And in essence, by taking levy supported expenses here and replacing them with an ARPA investment one time, isn't that what it's doing?
We could have done it two ways. These are items that were already in the budget that are considered one-time items that either we could have pulled them out of the budget and then agreed or try to agree that we would use ARPA money. And so if it's not in our operating budget, because it was one time, we're not pulling ongoing operating items out of our budget, moving them into the other fund and covering with ARPA, that would have been one way of doing it. We decided to leave them in as that's how the department heads have put it in originally, and it would not reduce our expenditure restraint program. Left the expenses in, and we're just looking to bring in money from the ARPA. But you are correct, Alder Johnson. You cannot do a direct reduction in your levy. You cannot pay off debt. You cannot put money in a fund balance or a rainy day fund with ARPA funds. But these are one-time capital expenditures, and that is a very eligible expense in what they call this lost revenue calculation. And that's where the $10 million calculation came in, that allocation, that bucket, whether or not we decide $10 million or not, that is a lot of equipment and repairs, infrastructure repairs.
Okay. And I seem to recall, I wasn't around at the time, but when we had the excess sales tax, I remember, talking with a lot of people mentioning, gosh, we used $1 million, I think at the time, so that we didn't have to raise taxes, and just how much lamenting or regret, I guess, there was over that action, versus really making an impact with those dollars. And as generally speaking with the ARPA funds, and when I'm obviously why I was supportive of the hold in the last item is, I personally would love for us to just find a way to truly do some impactful projects, rather things that have maybe required attention that the city just simply cannot do, rather than paying for one-time small investments that, I think we got to support through the budget. So it's just kind of a general thought process that I'm walking through here. I think when you get that level of allocation, that funding allocation, I mean, you can identify maybe 3 priority areas where it's like, you know what, we can sprinkle a little bit of pixie dust everywhere and make everybody happy. Or we can say, these are our 3 priorities in the city of Green Bay, and we're going to really make an impact and move those things forward. And I think I'd just rather prefer the latter. But it really just a philosophical difference on that end. But if we hypothetically, if we said, no, we're not going to support ARPA funds for these, would these be things, expenses that we would still need to take care of in this year's budget? Or are they things that we wouldn't, that we would delay or maybe wouldn't do at all?
I'll start answering that question, then I can let the department heads jump in. These are all items that the department heads had requested. So there'd be 2, that would probably be discussion once we got to each one of those departments, whether or not, first one is a printing, whether or not they need the new laminating machine. Could it be delayed? Could we try to put it on a list for ARPA? Same thing for police. Do they need these new computers or new boat engines? I guess that would be for each department head to have to explain. But these were presented by the department heads as things that they were looking for in the 2022 year.
And Alder Johnson, I just want to clarify, this is just $655,000. This is not the 23 million that we'll be talking about in the future with the big projects. This is a fairly small amount, even though it's kind of big. It's a fairly small amount of the 23 million that we have.
$500,000 doesn't seem small to me.
Well, Alder Johnson, I'm comparing it to the 23 million. So these were things that we can do with the money that can help us keep the mill rate down. In my mind, that's very important too, keeping that mill rate down and not digging a hole. So that's why I would support this. I would hate to go to all the department chairs now for each item unless that's the wishes of the entire committee here, because we're going to be going through this when we go through the budget. But Alder Johnson, what are your wishes?
I think there were others that wanted to speak.
Okay, Alder Galvin.
Thank you. It's my understanding, as I recall from some past budgets and from talking to some city employees, a lot of things in this list here of just under $700,000 are all items that the departments have been wanting to replace for quite some time, but because of budget constraints, they've been putting it off. Repairs or replacements of equipment that is really beyond its lifetime. And we've been holding together with spit, glue, and a couple of rubber bands. And we're just a breakdown away from having a major problem with a lot of these requests here. And that's been my understanding. So is it a good use to avoid having to bond for these issues and then put that on the taxpayers along with having to pay interest on the bond for some of these items? You know, is this a better one-time use to get these things out of the way so that we don't have to worry about it in the future?
Good points, Alder Johnson. I can't see the rest of the screen, so if anyone else wants to speak up, please speak up and let me know you want to talk.
I have a question for Alan Becker.
Alder Gerlach.
So at first I thought what I heard you say was that these items were in the budget, but they've now been pulled out to be, they will stay in the budget, but they will be paid for by ARPA funds. But for example, I'm looking in the police section and I don't see the Fred computers. So did I misunderstand? These are additional things that were not in this budget book that I'm looking at, and they have now been cited as things that they would like to add?
They are currently in the 2022 budget. So let's say the Fred computers, you would have to find the account number 101-300-55-140. So that's included in a large amount of equipment replacement. That's our equipment replacement line item. So if you went to that line item, it is much bigger than the 44,000 that you're seeing. But within that list, these were some identified one-time items. There's other items in there that they're looking for normal equipment repairs, equipment replacements, but those are ongoing, normal operational equipment replacements. These are ones that we were able to identify as one-time, again, kind of to Alder Johnson's point, just to make sure that we are, making sure that these are all eligible expenses to use toward ARPA funds, that these are one-time, not a normal, not an annual kind of equipment replacement type of item.
Okay, so even though I can't actually see that Fred Computers thing, you showed me where it is. It's pulled out of that larger item. So I just want to make sure I understand. You're saying that all of these things on this page were in the budget book that I've already looked through. I might not be able to find them all, but they've been identified as one-time things that can be paid for by ARPA funds, and we'd like to do it that way instead.
Correct. They are in the budget, stayed in the budget, and what we did is instead of using tax levy, we basically brought in $655,000 of this ARPA money, if approved by council, to help pay for these items, and we were able to list some specific items for you.
Okay.
So that will look like revenue then, and that's why we can keep the expenditure restraint. That's what you're talking about? That's a very good way to do that. It helps us in our future budget. So good thinking.
Just for your reference, if you wanted to look at the paper copy, page 185, Pam might know the exact electronic page, but page 185 of our paper book, third line down. Pam knows it's the beginning of our revenues. Yep, she's getting there. Third line down, it is called a federal grant because this is a federal grant. The ARPA is a federal grant. We show right now $655,000 coming in from the federal grant. So that is how you're seeing it. Instead of pulling all these items out and then potentially have them paid for by maybe in the future discussions for ARPA or not replace them, these have been requested right now, and we were looking to use federal dollars to cover them.
Okay, thank you. I understand.
Yes, Alder Galvin.
And just a comment. I do agree with Alder Johnson, his comments that he made about having, possibly identifying 2, 3, 4 major projects that we would have a long and lasting impact with use of these funds. And I will say one of my biggest regrets after 6 years as an alder is the time I voted for the budget in which we used $1 million of excess to offset raising the levy. It was a mistake at that time. I regret it and I own it, and I hopefully will never make a decision like that again in the future. Thank you.
Okay. Committee, what are your wishes?
Alder Dorf.
Yes, Alder Sawyer.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose this might be difficult, but looking at the 655,000, you're talking about if we don't take care of this stuff, the costs will be much bigger and greater moving into the future. Is there any way? Can anybody help me with thoughts on what something like this might cost us if we don't handle it at this time? It might be speculation. I know it's difficult to maybe do some of that, but we're talking about 655,000 here, and it sounds like it's very acute for some of the departments. But if it's not taken care of, what might the cost be to the city, either raising taxes or levy, et cetera? Can anybody help me on that?
I think Diane already said it would be a 1%, another percent raise.
Just another percent.
Right?
Yes, I was going to say, I can let you know that I did look at it because about every 60,000 or so is about a penny on the mill rate. So the 655 equates to about 10 or 11 cents increase on the mill rate. What's proposed in front of you was a 10-cent mill rate increase. This would increase it to about 20 or 21 cents. Leaving some of these items, but just not using one-time money, you would use it, paid for by the levy. So that would take it from a 1% just to up to slightly over a 2% mill rate increase and about a 20 cents if we were to pull out the $655,000 ARPA money and leave these items within the budget and use levy to pay for them.
All right, that helps. Thank you.
Chairman Dorf?
Yes, Alder Vanderleest.
I think this is a good idea to leave this being paid with the ARPA funds. We don't need another mill increase. Use this money, and this is using the money wisely. Most of these items that they're listing are $248,000 for equipment repairs and replacements. We have to pay for that equipment one way or the other. If the ARPA funds it's just fine using the ARPA funds and all the items that are listed, I'm sure that they're needed. So I support, paying with the ARPA funds and not increasing the mill rate. Keep this as you got it. It's a wise choice from a business sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Vanderleest. Anyone else? So I will entertain a motion on item 5.
I make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Alder Corpus Dax, second by Alder Galvin. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Okay, please note Alder Johnson voted nay. The other 3 voted yes. Motion carries. All right, now we will be moving on to the review and approval of the mayor's recommended budget. I propose that we will take a break at 3 o'clock and again at 5 o'clock, like a very short break, but just so that people can know that a break will be coming up. It's 2:06, so in about an hour, we'll take a short 5-minute break. And then if we're still going at 5 o'clock, we'll take another break at that point. Is that all right?
Sounds
Okay.
good.
All right, so Mayor Ganrick, would you like to start?
Yeah, you bet. I've run through a presentation a couple times at our different town hall discussions, so I'll spare you the formal presentation. I think everybody on the call has been able to take a look at that. But just in terms of some high level comments, thanks to the committee's recent action, hopefully we're going to be able to move forward with a very modest increase in the mill rate of 1%, recognizing the importance of prioritizing city needs. So there's not a lot of fluff here, although we are, adding a handful of priority positions and reclassifying a few, recognizing the complexity of the organization and the need for some of our roles to evolve a little bit. So just very thankful to Director Ellenbecker and Assistant Director Manley for all the time they've devoted to this process, as well as department heads and staff for putting together these numbers for you. I think we are in a much better financial situation as a result of 2 budgets that have been adopted by this council previously and have gotten us to a point where things have stabilized a little bit. Thanks to, of course, to the federal government for the creation of the ARPA program and fund, which has allowed us to identify some of those one-time needs that we could defray the cost of with that $655,000. So I'm, of course, happy with this budget, asking for your support on it, but would be happy to answer any questions that you have for me.
Anyone have any questions for the mayor? And again, I can't see everyone, so you might want to speak up. Anyone have any questions for the mayor? Nope. Okay, well, at this time, we will move into the budget portion. For those of you who have only done this a few times, the only people that can vote on each portion are the people that are on the Personnel and Finance Committee, but we are very anxious to hear from any of the alders that have comments. It might make next week's budget meeting go a little faster, or it might not. That'd probably be a really long meeting too. So the first item is Common Council, which I think is I have it on page 22 of the electronic copy, page 17 of the paper copy. Okay. How do we feel about, do we want to put that up on the screen? Do we want to look at it just ourselves? What is the wishes of the committee on this?
I'm going to use the paper one if that's okay. I mean, if you want to put up on the screen for people in their homes and that who don't have access to it, obviously, I think that's going to be very beneficial for them.
I think so too. It'll make it hard for me to call on people. So you'll have to shout out, alders, if you have something to say. Does that sound good, alders? Would you like this? Would you like it to be put up? Alder Johnson, Alder Corpus Dax?
I'm using my book.
You're using the book. Alder Johnson says no. You don't want it put up on the screen.
I don't need it put up.
You don't need it. Okay. We don't need it. The question that I had Do we want it put up on the screen so the public can see?
I would say so.
Director Folds has his hand
Director
raised.
Fultz. Yeah, Director Fultz.
I just wanted to make sure that Assistant Pam Allen, I mean, I know she has the ability to do that, and it might be easy to do. I think the council maybe going through this process might notice that maybe it's difficult to get the whole, like, the common council might be easy to see on the screen, but different departments that have a lot of pages might be hard to kind of scroll through. So I guess my thought would be to really announce what the electronic page is, so people can go to the website and look at the pages that are being.
Oh, good. Okay.
That'll be my suggestion, because there are going to be some big departments that scrolling through that on the Zoom screen is going to be hard to do.
So that Director Ellenbecker and I will do our best to announce the page number for people out in the audience to go ahead and look at it. Yes. And you?
Sorry, it's the committee's decision, but that was just my thought.
No, I think that's a great idea. Committee, is that good?
Yep.
Yes. Yes. Some people don't have an opinion, but I'll say, let's go for that. Then people can look at it themselves. And you're absolutely right. This one is not very many pages. All right. First one is Common Council. Discussion? Any questions?
You know, we cut last year all of our professional development training. It was my hope that that was going to be council setting the tone for some additional reductions. And I see that it's restored this year at $300. I mean, what do we really get for $300? I mean, does that even cover one counselor to go to, like, the League of Municipalities?
Well, it does. I mean, it has. For me, it was $50. I could have paid it myself. That was a number of years ago. But I think it's particularly helpful if you have new alders to be able to pay it's not going to cover their meals, of course, transportation, anything like that, but it might cover the amount that it would cost to go to the conference.
Well, that's my point. Is this 300 even sufficiently cover? You know, my intent last year was to say that we're going to own some of the sacrifice in the budget. But, you know, I just want to make sure that if there are people that want to go to trainings, that is $300 enough to do that.
I think Alder Johnson, I think the 300 came from, in 2020, we spent $280 by sending some alders, paying for some registration. And so that's where the 300 came from, knowing that every other year you have new alders. So that was kind of the rationale for that 300.
Anything else on the Common Council portion? If not, I will entertain a motion on this portion of the budget.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved by Elder Galvin. Is there a second? Second by Elder Corpus Dax. Any further discussion? All those in favor, item 1, say aye.
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 Opposed? Nay? Okay, item 1 can move forward. Mayor's office is on page 21 of the book. Oh no, I lost it now. I lost the budget. I lost the all.
It will be page 61 electronic version.
Okay, I'll get that back.
It will start on page 61.
Okay. I thought it would just stay up.
Olderdorf, could I just suggest that you go ahead and do the paper, tell us the paper number, and Director Ellenbecker can give the electronic number, and you don't have to worry about it.
Great. And now I just figured something out. It's only under the first item that you can get to the electronic book. So, okay. Yes, the page number 4. The mayor's office starts on page 19, and then page 21 and 22 are where the budget items are. So, any discussion on the mayor's budget? Okay, seeing, yes, Alder Galvin.
Just a quick question. Lines 50005, comp time paid. There was nothing budgeted in 2021. There's nothing budgeted in 2022. But if you look at the 2021 actual, there is money that was or has been put out for comp time, vacation pay, holiday pay. If why isn't there anything budgeted for it, but we're putting money out on it?
I'll start, and then either Director Falls or Pam Manley can step in. When we budget for all the hours, all the dollars in the regular salaries, because we don't know how they're going to spend it. So if you can see that the top line in this case, we budgeted 271, but their actuals are to date are only 176. But when they're taking their time, most cases that's for the hours worked. But if for some reason they took some vacation time, holiday time, personal time, sick time, we allocated out by that. But when we budget, we know that someone's working 20, 80 hours, and we will be paying them. Just for other reporting purposes, we want to know how they are using their time. So
Sure.
Actuals come out in those line items, but when we budget, it's 20, 80 hours in most cases, or 1950 if you have a 37 and a half. It's all done right in the regular salaries line.
That makes sense. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Move to approve.
Approved by Elder Johnson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Elder Galvin. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right.
I oppose nay. Motion carries. Administrative services. We'll be looking at, starting on page 23, and then,
Page 70 of the electronic document.
and then page 30 of the paper document is where the numbers start.
I will let you know that this is one of the first ones that we do have a reclassification that's involved. And that starts on page, I had it written, page 252 on the electronic document. So unfortunately, on the electronic document, there is some reclassification information for the document center lead position that's included in the administrative department.
Okay, can you go over that a little bit? Or
Sure, I can start. So this is for our document center lead position. And the position was evaluated, during our salary study in 2017. And I think the thought was this position was really going to focus on printing documents, compiling them, delivering the mail to departments, things like that. And the position has evolved a little bit to where, and this might not be the right term, but it's more of like a graphic design, marketing materials, where when departments are putting together information or posters or materials for the public, this position can look at it and help them create the document and make sure it's formatted the correct way so it prints out the way we want, and also is just, the way we want to market the city and brand the city to the public. So that's really what is driving the reclassification is the marketing background, the ability to use different software programs, and just the graphic design part of it.
so the position exists in a certain form and it's just being reclassified. It's not a brand new position, right?
Yeah, so we have someone in the position right now, and we are reclassifying it to a different pay grade. And I didn't write down what the fiscal impact is, but that is in the memo, and it's a pretty minor fiscal impact. So yes, this is a reclassification, and I'll try and remember to specify when it's a new position versus a reclassification.
Okay. Any questions? Yes, Alder Lefebvre. You're muted, Alder Lefebvre.
Yes, thank you. How many cats in the way? Come on. I wanted to know on the seasonal salary, 50003. How come it went, actual in 21 was 100,415. We went up to 297,883. What
Yes,
are you
yes.
looking at for the increase?
I can tell you within the administrative services area, we also have elections. So every other year, the elections.
Okay.
2 elections to 4 elections. So the majority of the expenses for elections all fall through the seasonal salary line. So in most cases, almost every other year, it almost doubles because it's going from 4 elections to 2 elections. Clerk Jeffries is on the line. Of course, she helped put the budget together. So if you have any specific questions, she can also talk to that. But that is what's driving that seasonal salary line.
Thank you.
Okay, I forgot about that. Right. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Just one, Alder Dorf.
Yes, Alder
And
Johnson.
it's specifically related to the reclassification of the position. I generally don't object to that, but I oftentimes like to take that time to reflect on whether or not what we have is what we ought to have. And so have we ever given bear in mind, right? There's a certain level of unawareness that a lot of us have on council. about maybe how much an internal print center is producing, outsourcing that particular piece while taking the piece that we're actually using to upgrade or reclassify, which is that expertise around graphic design. Those two things just seem at odds to me. Someone who's managing a print center and someone who's doing graphic design. And if we ever considered outsourcing the printing component, saving the money on the equipment and all that stuff, while at the same time, maybe, I mean, a city, an organization of our size with many employees as we have, the fact that we don't have a marketing and communications person, it always perplexes me. Have we considered that?
I'm just going to jump in just because this is my department, and then I'll let Joe speak. This position also, about 50%, I don't know what percentage, a portion of her time, she also is mailroom person. So she really splits duties. She has incoming mail, she has outgoing mail, and then between that, any large print jobs that are needed to be done for any of our departments, DPW, parks, they'll print them, and so they have faster, better equipment downstairs, and it's cheaper per click charge to have them do these large print jobs downstairs. Then on top of it, that's where this new reclass comes in, where some of these tasks were being handled by somebody else. She has now taken on these tasks and using her time wisely. So she's needs to be here for a portion of the day for the for the mail, incoming, outgoing mail, other mailroom items, and then she doubles up for print jobs. And Director.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Director Ellenbecker. Yeah, you described it, I think, perfectly with the mailroom portion of it and the demand, and also I think just the manual labor of delivering packages and getting to the right place. Like, there's a lot of work that goes into it, and I think sometimes it goes unnoticed. But I think I probably oversimplified the graphic design. I think there's a lot to it with connecting your software program. That's probably another oversimplification of it, but connecting like the software program with the print, like the printer itself, and making sure that what you print off is matching what you're trying to do. That's a big part of it too, because departments will design something, but it won't match the equipment that we have. And she really has to configure that out and work with them to figure out the right colors and right format and things like that. And that's for envelopes, that's for posters, that's for a ton of things. So it's not just designing things, it's working with the departments and the equipment to make sure it matches up.
Okay, thanks for the explanations.
Johnson, one thing too, I think Director Ellenbecker talked about like the outsourcing of it. It seems right now what we've looked at, like there is a cheaper cost keeping it in-house, but that's something maybe we can explore further and take a second look at it.
I mean, it's something you're seeing more and more companies do because they recognize the carrying cost. Director Ellenbecker, I'm sure would appreciate this. When you really break down the cost accounting, on certain positions, sometimes it's just, the value's not there. And I'm not saying that's the case with this role. To me, it's one of those things where we always should be evaluating that for a number of things that we do as an organization. But it just seemed like an opportune time to ask the question, given that you were asking for a reclassification. So.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments on number 3, administrative services?
Just one quick question. Line item 52001, training and travel, 60.4% increase. Is that a majority of that because of seasonal, the election, training the elections?
Yes.
Workers
I guess
as well.
I guess in some cases, maybe we should have had election kind of separate. At one point we did. And again, Chief Jeffries can speak to this, but what happens is we have every poll worker gets an allotment for training. And so every other year, the training budget goes up because all poll workers get reimbursed if they come in and do their training.
There's something too that I noticed going through the budget book completely. You'll see training and travel has increased across the board in almost every different department. And I'm thinking it's because in 2020, we didn't do much of that because of COVID. And so now that's where I noticed a lot of the bigger percentages. The amounts of money is not high. They're not high amounts of money, but the percentages are high because it's going from what we didn't do in 2020 to what we plan to do in 2021 to what we plan to do in 2022. So I think you'll see that as a theme as we go through this. Any other questions on the administrative services portion? I'll entertain a motion for that.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved to approve by Alder Johnson, second by Alder Corpus Dax. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, motion carries. All right. Replacement pages 39 through 42. Do we have any reclassifications here?
Yes, we do. Starting on page 257, there is some reclasses, yes.
Right.
Yeah, so we have two reclassifications. The first one was with our senior programmers. So back in 2017 with our salary study, we did build in a progression from the programmers to the senior programmers, but we didn't complete the job description and kind of the pathway to that position. And now we have it finalized and we're bringing it forward. So the progression is really based on the knowledge, experience, and complexity of the responsibilities. And the senior programmers will be responsible for working on specified technical areas and have the ability to answer, technical procedures for, other team members. And we have the job description that's in the packet for both the programmers and the senior programmers. And then, I put in the memo, which I think is for a couple other reclassifications too, is that the progressions through the city, we're looking to have more positions that have progressions, at level 1 and 2, because I really think it helps promote employee development, engagement, and retention. So that's for the programmers. And I'll just go to the next one is a multimedia specialist. So we're looking to change that position to be called a software system specialist. So the responsibilities has changed quite a bit. And Director Ronick, you can jump into if you have anything to add. So the position used to really focus on helping with the website, coordinating social media, taking photographs at mayor events. So now it's really focusing, I think those responsibilities are being accomplished as well, but now it's looking at our software, I think helping the IT department and Mike or Director Ronick implement that on the back end. And then really, I think, which is really important is educating our employees on how to use the software, which is vital. So you think about Civic Clerk, this position helped us with that transition. And I think also working with the vendors on the back end, and then also Microsoft 365, which we use for pretty much all of our operations right now with communications and our performance and execution of it. So I think it's a vital position to educate our employees on how to use the software and train employees on it. So that's kind of what's driving this reclassification.
Great. Any other questions on this portion of the budget? Okay. Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to
Move to approve.
Second.
approved by Alder Johnson, second by Alder Corpus Dax. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. All right, we're going to law, page 49 in the book, and page well, wait a minute. Page 49.
Yep,
Yeah.
electronic page 89. And you will also find a new position in the back of the electronic document on page 269. There's a new position for the law department. And
Yeah, and I can talk about that a little bit, just so we're clear. When we have new positions and it's very similar to what we have other assistant city attorneys, we don't have to send that out to our consultant to have it reviewed because we know what pay grade it's going to be at. So that's why we don't have a review from the consultant. And it is an added position. I think we talked about this quite a bit in the summer about, the workload of the law department and the need for the position. So I'm going to turn it over to City Attorney Chavez to explain kind of the need and the need for the position.
Thank you, Director Falls. So yes, we've discussed this repeatedly about the existing workload for the department. I only anticipate that it's going to be a little bit worse after I leave. And so with that, I would strongly recommend this position be funded. The idea is that this position would be dedicated to litigation so that there would actually be somebody in the department who can handle some of the less complex litigation that we do that does not require us being engaging outside counsel through CIVMIC. The benefit to that would be a couple. First, it would allow us to pursue some of those small claims that we're not currently able to, so potentially be able to recoup some of that, and then also working on seeking some of the collections efforts. So there is some potential for this to create revenue, though I wouldn't anticipate that it would offset the costs either. The other benefit to this position is it would free up the the legislative attorney to actually focus on legislation. And it allows the department to actually shift some of the work that we currently do, so that we can have people actually focusing on things that are more in line with what each position actually focuses on.
Any questions or comments on the law department portion? Alder Johnson?
Attorney Chavez, when you take a step back and contemplate, I guess, the types of litigation that's coming through your office right now, I mean, are you seeing more complex cases that are being driven?
We have a lot of litigation that comes through that we don't have control over being able to bring it in-house simply because it is a function of the liability. It is something that we would seek liability coverage through CIVMIC. And so those are things that we would have to farm out. But there are a number of things that we do handle that we're currently having to seek outside counsel for. For example, anytime we have a receivership of properties, like any of the problem properties, if we want to pursue it either as a receivership sale where we're trying to recoup costs that benefit the city, or more recently, if we have, for example, some slum properties where there's, for example, something in a historic area where we would need to take action to preserve that property, those are all actions that we couldn't necessarily take right now. We just don't have the capacity in-house to be able to take on those litigation on those matters. The other things that we get pretty frequently are things related to like bankruptcy. A lot of questions come through about properties that have bankruptcies on them, or we got a loan on them somehow through whether it's the grant funds through EDA or whatever, where the properties have entered into bankruptcy and we're trying to preserve the city's position. And so we're struggling to keep up with those types of claims. The other things that we see happening will potentially foreclosures, where again, we are literally trying to protect the city's interests in matters. And then some of these affirmative litigation where, for example, the opioid litigation, trying to figure out what the city's role could potentially be in that. If those are things that we could handle in-house. Any time that any of those things come up, we're looking at what is the way to actually enter the city into these different, into these processes in a meaningful way without us, kind of doing a disservice to the city. And in order to conduct litigation, you have to dedicate adequate resources, and we haven't been able to. Those are all things that we've had to go external for. And even though many times we're able to recoup attorney's fees, it still does impact the ultimate recovery that we receive from the city, just because it does get pricey.
Yeah, and that's what I'm getting at, right? And I appreciate that perspective. And of course, I think all of our attorneys are capable of doing the general practice things. But in my question related to specialized litigation, or even when you look at some things like development agreements, right, which can be, very real estate heavy and focused and specialized. I just, again, with your departure, with us adding potentially another assistant city attorney, it's one of those things where I just like to hit the pause button and reflect and say, hey, is there merit perhaps in putting a law firm on retainer for a portion of that, where you get attorneys who specialize in certain areas that always get signed off on by a partner, that could maybe lend a certain level of expertise that we just can't provide in-house because we're dealing with more, general practice types of things. So are you familiar with other cities that maybe do that?
There are a number.
Or would you even recommend it?
So it's a twofold question. As far as having attorneys, external attorneys who can provide subject matter expertise, that is always a huge benefit, because it is hard to be as generalist to really get that deep down nitty gritty experience that a lot of people who focus on a specific thing are always going to be able to do. But that said, what we do internally is, you know, the city attorney position is really the one that it takes on the most of the really higher liability, higher specialized fields. So I do primarily all the environmental law. I do primarily anything related to the development. And so those are really functions that I think your next city attorney is going to have to fulfill again. And it would not be possible to maintain that level of the amount of work that this position is asked to do would not be cost effective in asking somebody to stay on retainer to do that. Their fee to do it is going to be just too high to realistically and meaningfully do that on a regular basis. So you would need somebody in-house who's going to be able to learn that and get the experience in it. Otherwise, it's just going to be very, very cost prohibitive. Even taking that out of the mix, and you've been saying that the city did want to move forward with instead seeking some subject matter expertise on projects, that doesn't change the amount of work that the department actually is going to have. So you're still going to have to, even if you're just getting them to sign off on some of these major projects, you still need somebody who's going to do all the groundwork on stuff. And so it's not really going to necessarily relieve the burden on the department. It's literally just going to give you that subject matter expertise. So with that, I would not recommend pumping the brakes and engaging a law firm instead. I also don't think that it's going to give you nearly as much bang for your buck as bringing somebody in-house as far as the amount of work that you're going to be able to get done.
Any further questions on law? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Move to approve by Alder Corpus Dax. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Alder Galvin. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Okay, that portion is approved. We will move on to municipal court, pages 54 and 55 in the book. Any comments or questions on the municipal court? I think we've already discussed this in finance, that the amount of time went from 0.65 to 0.50. We're leaving it with full health benefits. And I think we had a pretty good discussion on that at finance. Any other questions at this point? And move to approve by Alder Corpus Dax.
Second.
Second by Alder Galvin. Further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Okay. The next is human resources, pages 62, 63 in the book.
102 electronic. This one, again, there are some reclassifications starting on page 275.
So I can speak to the HR manager, and I think the mayor can speak to the chief of operations. So we do have in the packet the description, the job description for the HR manager, and it talks about the additional duties. But really, I think this position, the reclassification, is a little overdue. I think most people would agree with that. Our department's needed an assistant director for some time and has really been doing most of the responsibilities that are outlined in the job description. So I think it brings that, I guess, assistance to the director, but also I think also the assistance and help to our other directors and other supervisors in our very complicated HR matters that we have.
Any questions on that reclassification? Or Mayor, if there's no questions, we won't need you to speak to it. Okay. I'll entertain a motion on the human resources portion.
Hold on.
To approve.
I think Joe was just speaking, Director Falls was just speaking on the human resources manager, right?
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Okay, you were just, okay.
Yeah, I guess I'd still like to get some perspective on the chief of operations role.
Sure.
Yep. Yeah, happy to weigh in on that. And I've, touched on this, I guess, for several years. It's something that I identified as a citizen running for this office. An observation of the organization at that time really felt like the city could benefit from a chief of operations type role, working with all the department heads, setting strategic direction along with the mayor for the organization, focused on internal questions when oftentimes the the mayor, myself, in the community and working on projects that relate externally. And so felt like this was the appropriate time to do it, the best way to make it happen. Joe Faulds, I think, has demonstrated the ability to evolve into this role, given what he's been able to accomplish with some of our strategic planning initiatives that have been accomplished over the last few years. The other point that I would make is, our organization is a large and complex one, nearly 900 city employees, over $100 million annual budget. Cities of our size around the state of Wisconsin have positions like this, like a city administrator. Just about every community of our size, even those a bit smaller, the Racines and Kenosha's of the world, have somebody like this in this position, and so feel like it's a minimal cost that we're adding to the organization, but would reap pretty substantial benefits, not just from my perspective as an individual, but I think to the organization and to future mayors down the line.
Any questions? Yes, Alder Johnson.
Yeah, just one. I agree it's a minimal cost. That isn't necessarily the concern for me. It's just maybe trying to differentiate and understand. Usually a chief of staff does those cross-departmental communications, works with department heads. Can you just maybe help me and the committee better understand how these two positions are different?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a fair question. And, you kind of alluded to something related to this earlier on in the discussion when you were touching on the document center in terms of, communications externally. That's really the way that I see the chief of staff role evolving, and potentially, could be even reclassed into that type of responsibility in terms of communications for the organization. That's really where Ahmad's focus has been, on policy and on communications. And so I think that's kind of how the two roles interrelate to one another. The other thing that I would say is, chief of staff is not sort of on the same salary plane as other department heads. And I think that sometimes has an effect. So to have, somebody closer to that compensation range sort of treated as on that same level is helpful and beneficial.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments about the human resources? If not, I'll entertain. Oh, wait, I think somebody. Okay,
Yeah.
Alder Brunette.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson Dorf. I guess the question for the mayor, I kind of understand the reasoning and better now than I did previous, but you made a comment that the role of chief of staff could potentially do external communication or communication to the public. Correct me if I'm wrong, but don't you have a position of community relations assistant, which is responsible for that sort of thing?
A community liaison certainly does some of that interaction with neighborhood associations or with residents that have, questions or concerns with the city. So Matt Matusak is in that role and doing that well. But I think, chief of staff is the individual that communicates to press and, engages in a lot of those public relations sorts of questions. And so that's something that is currently being accomplished. Ahmad also runs our public relations team, which is a set of individuals across the organization. So he's in the position to coordinate communication across the city.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes, may I please ask a question?
Yes, Alder Gerlach.
So I don't quite understand then what I keep feeling like Mayor Genrich that you're saying these two kind of chief of staff and chief of operations kind of meld together, and I want to understand how they're different from each other.
I think they're really complementary more than
Okay.
anything else. Like I said, the chief of staff, a lot of the responsibilities currently are focused on communications, are focused on policy development and working with community partners on external projects and development issues. Whereas the chief of operations will be really focused on the organization and coordinating efforts among our departments. Again, the observation that I had prior to arriving in this role was that departments were a little bit too siloed off. And I think we've made some big strides in terms of getting people better coordinated and on the same page and sort of mission driven. But I think admittedly, we still have a ways to go on that front. And so having somebody focused on those types of questions day in, day out will be really helpful.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion. For the Human Resources portion.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Alder Corpus Dax. I'll second it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We will move on to Community and Economic Development, pages 75 to 77 in the book.
Electronically, 115.
Any questions? Or are there any reclassifications? No.
No,
Okay.
not this year.
Not this year. Okay.
Good man, Joe. Good man. Thank you.
Any discussion?
Perhaps just a question
Yes,
for
Alder
Director
Johnson.
Stexelty. Under Neighborhood Association, is that different than what's later in the budget?
I believe that's correct me if I'm wrong, Cheryl, that's actually our neighborhood, is that our mini grant program? The $5,000, $7,500?
Yep, that used to be under, uh-oh.
Yeah, that goes Cheryl, come over here. We're in the war room here, so I'm gonna put Cheryl on my screen. There we go.
So that used to be under miscellaneous, and it's actually moved up to our department now.
Okay.
And there shows a zero. I just want to clarify that that $5,000 has been obligated this year. One draw's been made today. So we have spent the 5,000, even though it looks like we haven't. I asked for 7,500 because we used to get 10,000 for mini grants, and we've decreased that. In 19, I believe we spent 11,000. So for sure, I know we can spend 7,500 in those grants.
Yeah, and that's where I was confused when I said later in the budget. I didn't know if it had been shifted or moved or if they were different things. So,
Good question, Alder. Fair question.
Okay. If there's no other questions, I will entertain a motion for the Community and Economic Development portion.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Alder Galvin, second by Alder Corpus Dax. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We're on to the, thank you. We're on to the Police Department, pages 86 to 88. Well,
Yes.
yes.
And electronically, it's 126, and there are some reclassifications starting on 286. So 126 for the book, 286 for reclasses.
Should we talk about the reclassifications first?
Yeah, I think Commander Abel is going to be able to speak to these on the police department's behalf.
Commander Abel?
Hear me?
I can hear you now.
Director Falls, which one do you want to start with?
The criminalistic specialist.
Criminalistic specialist, yes. Several years ago, we civilianized our criminalistic specialists, which are our forensic staff. The three of them that work crime scenes, they do fingerprints, fingerprint analysis, ballistic analysis, DNA processing. At that time, the market rate was unknown because the civilians in that field, especially in the Midwest, wasn't really happening. That has since changed as well as their education, and the market rate has changed, and the duties that they have increased tremendously. So we believe, and I think the consultant agreed, that the change to salary J would be appropriate. And then our digital forensic staff, the certifications, again, the certifications that she has along with the education and the fact that the market, when we first civilianized it, wasn't really established. And the workload that she has increased tremendously over the past few years. And again, we agree with that as well.
Any questions or comments on the reclassifications?
So we do have one more, but if you want to, so I'll talk about the other reclassification.
I thought he was done. So, okay.
Yeah, it's okay. I forgot there was actually two. So I can jump in. So the other reclassification is from an admin clerk to a public record specialist. And the main reason behind this is, as you can imagine, public records requests are going up. There's also the body cam footage that you have. And I think the body cam footage will probably bring on different techniques or ways to redact information. So I think that'll be a challenge for police department, all police departments really. So this position will be reclassified an admin clerk to a public record specialist. So it moves up one grade, which would be a financial impact of about $2,800. But this person will be responsible for overseeing the public records and really coordinating and reviewing and I guess just finalizing the records that go out. This position will also still be reporting to the office manager that can assist with public records requests. And then also there's the support of the law department with these requests as well.
Okay, I see that. Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Alder Galvin.
Commander Abel referenced the first two reclassification positions, that their work has greatly increased. In what way? What are they doing differently that they weren't doing last year?
Just the complexity of the cases that we've been working, the amount of video that we've been collecting, the forensics technology is changing rapidly, just like the digital forensic staff. All of a cell phone a few years ago, very small, easy to download. Now we're talking terabytes of information just on one cell phone. So our forensic staff is facing that same issue of responding to more complex crimes, more complex information that they have to gather. And
Alder Galvin, I think there are a couple of answers to your question. On the computer forensics side, obviously these days, either video evidence or recovering digital evidence off of computers or cell phones is so much more common than it ever was before because electronic records get involved in just about every kind of case that we deal with, where in the past it would be related more to financial crimes or maybe internet pornography type cases, those kind of things. Now, everybody on earth has at least one of these, and these cell phones today have become much more complex to get into, number one, and number two, to just go through the tremendous amount of data that these things hold now that they didn't used to, and get the things that you're looking for. You know, if you're looking for one piece of evidence in a terabyte of data in a cell phone, that's a much more complex task. On the just straight up forensic evidence side, as Commander Abel said, that task has become a lot more complicated for a few reasons. There is more technology now involved in that than there ever was. And for example, our ballistic analysis capability, the new NIDA equipment that we have, that's a new task that we didn't do in the past. Now, on the plus side of the ledger, we get much faster leads in shooting and shots fired cases, and we're able to make much better connections with cases here and around the region. But that's just one example of the places where, you know, that work has just become more complex than back in the days when it was essentially taking fingerprints and photographs at crime scenes. There's DNA evidence collection that gets done now. Obviously, we don't do our own DNA analysis, but just the kinds of forensic evidence that are available at crime scenes now are much more than they were back in the days when we started in this business.
Are we, do we still have, I think it was at one time there were 2 sworn officers, 2 non-sworn officers. Is that now just 4 non-sworn individuals in there?
There's 3 in the as you remember, IFSU was 3 civilians and then 1 in digital forensics.
And are they being called out on all major crime scenes, or is there a certain level that you have to reach before they get called out, or are they holding crime scenes till they're working on the day shift?
It depends on the crime scene. They're getting called out on all major crime scenes, of course. The UWGB incident, they were called in a little bit early, only because we were waiting for the sun to come up and it was relatively secure with no weather issues. Right now, they're on at a scene. The ones that we have here are they're at a scene right now of a crime. So we call them all the time, multiple times. They're going on us with search warrants, whether it's the digital search warrants. It's with now best practices to bring that digital forensic specialist with when you do an internet crime against children or a crime that involves computers. They have to go with just to triage the computers before you move from the premises. Same thing with the forensics staff. They kind of set the pace for how we search a crime scene because they have to do all of their work first before detectives can get in and go through the scene more thoroughly.
Any further questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, I have one. Is this, Alder Johnson, is this about the reclassifications or something else?
Something else.
Okay, mine is too. So I'll go to mine first. It's on page 88 of the book, equipment replacement, line 55-140. And I am thinking that line went up because of additional police cars, went up 75%. Is that correct? Or?
Part of that. And then that COVID stuff.
That has to do with a plan that we're working on to move to leases for some of the beginning with our non-marked police vehicle fleet. I've got Rick Jerkanis here who can go into more detail on that if you like, but it's that and some COVID related.
Right, and some of the stuff that you talked about earlier, we had the 3 items in there, the Fred computers, the boat lines for the Marine unit and the plotters, and then the 2 boat engines that you guys had listed earlier as part of that 667,000 are also part of this. So those are the big drivers of why this went up substantially from last year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alder Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Alder Dorf. Chief Davis, I'm going to broach 2 topics that seem to be discussed on a daily basis with us, which is traffic and shootings. And is there anything in this budget that's missing, meaning something that you need to bring those situations under control? Otherwise, as a council, I think we're going to presume you have the resources you need, and it's just a matter of deploying those resources strategically. So this is where I would say, if there's something you don't have that you need to address those 2 issues, please let us know now.
Sure, and I appreciate you bringing that up. And there are resources that I need in order to address those issues better, but they aren't resources that I can get from council right now, unfortunately, because what I'm talking about is we have, for an agency our size, a fairly large number of vacancies in our sworn staff. And I believe that the first thing I need to do in order to be responsible with public funds is fill all the vacancies that I have and get the most out of those that I can. What I don't have for you this year that I intend to next year is, number 1, what it looks like to get as close to full staff as we can. And number 2, a really clear business case with outcomes that we can expect to get with added personnel resources. In terms of equipment, we've got some things between our budget request and our ARPA request that will help us with both of those issues. But what I really need is just to get to full staff. And unfortunately, if we even adding positions, all that does is add more positions that would be unfilled. As you know, it takes a year to produce a police officer. So I have everything in this budget that I need that I can get from council, if that makes sense. Now, just the variable that we're going to be working on solving for is the staffing issue. We do have, just unrelated directly to the budget that we could have more conversations about. Commander Warwick and his team are working on a traffic safety plan so that we can focus the resources that we have in order to get the most return on our investment for traffic safety. And then we're also working on a comprehensive gun violence reduction plan that there are some resource asks for in our ARPA request over the short term that we think will get at those problems. Does that answer your question, sir?
It does. And on the topic of recruitment, I know Alder Weary has publicly pitched an idea, and I don't want you to necessarily respond to that because I'm sure he'll bring it up at council. But is there something else that you need from us? I think about, recruiter fees or, something like that should be budgeted for to help get those positions filled with qualified candidates.
We do have a line item for recruitment in our budget, and it looks to me at this point as if we have adequate resources for recruiting. I can't identify a specific business case for more resources there. I think just the challenge that we're up against is the lack of interest in sworn police positions. And so the way I want to try and attack that problem is more through the content of our messaging when it comes to recruiting rather than having more of it. And so, we've looked at it and we believe that we have adequate resources, at least for 2022. I think we want to recalibrate our recruiting message to try and connect with more people.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Sure.
Alder Galvin? And we will take a break when we're finished with the police part. I know I said 3:00, but I think we'll finish up the police department part. Go ahead, Alder Galvin.
Sure. Chief, have you considered overhiring? If the city could find the money to, when you find these individuals or like in the future, would overhiring help with this? Like you said, it takes a year to get an officer on the road by himself. Is that something budget-wise that you think is feasible?
The short answer is yes. And what that would look like is, assuming we were at full strength and we just had and we had anticipated vacancies, if we set aside, some amount of money in a contingency fund for if we get to that situation, to give us the option to overhire. Right now, though, we're down 9 people. We have 9 vacancies. We have a couple people pretty close to the end of the hiring pipeline, and then I'm anticipating another 4 retirements in December. So that puts us right back down. And so what I can't guarantee you is that I would get to the point where I would need contingency money to overhire in 2022. This may be a different discussion for 2023 when we get there. But the only time you're really going to eat into that contingency funding is if you've filled up all your vacancies, you've got anticipated vacancies within a year that you then get into that contingency money, overhire, get those people in the training pipeline. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. You're down 9 positions. Where are those positions coming from, the 9? I mean, are you shorting the road officers? Are you shorting some of the specialty jobs like detectives, community police, administration? So, where are the shortfalls being shown?
You know that we are short in patrol. We are short 4 detectives in investigations. Police, we're short how many community policing? Well, it depends on the number, probably 4 or 5. 4 to 5 in community policing. I think we're short 2 in traffic. Or no, check that. We're not short 2 in traffic. And then how many vacant promoted positions? We are not short any in administrative positions. One issue though there that I have learned is with the transition back to having sergeants in patrol, I have the right number of sergeants in patrol right now. We probably have more lieutenant positions than we will need to have in the long run, but we have incumbents in those positions. And so, we will gradually over time through attrition get to a point where we probably will have fewer lieutenants. But that's one of the issues preventing us from carrying vacancies at that lieutenant rank is that we're still in the process of making that transition back to having sergeants as frontline supervisors when, 5 years ago, lieutenant was a frontline supervisor.
Right. Okay. I'm looking at some of the numbers that you printed here that you put out. Looking at calls for service in 2020, there were 75,000 plus calls for service. That comes out to about 205 a day. At the current rate you're at, depending upon when this report was done, you're looking at about 182 calls per day. Your written reports, you're averaging 36 written reports a day. That's 12 per shift, if you want to average it out that way. And at the same time, you're looking at 10,000 traffic stops, which is, to me, 28 a day, which means out of the 36 plus officers on the road, we're only averaging 28 actual traffic stops a day. And I guess you've said that the staff is working on something, some kind of a plan to up that. But I mean, when you think about it, when you have 3 full-time traffic enforcement officers, and you've got a minimum of 36 officers a day on the road. Granted, they're handling calls and everything else, but as we're seeing, they're barely each getting 1 written report a piece a day on average. I'm hoping to see some improvements this coming year. And I understand, you talking about you're down 9 people, but again, I hopefully some of these plans will work out, and the citizens that are continuously complaining to us about a lack of traffic stops and other minor issues being addressed, there'll be an uptick in that. Thank you.
Any other comments for the police budget? Yes, Alder Burnett.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson Dorf. Chief Davis, first of all, welcome to your first City of Green Bay budget session. Hopefully it's much better than your experience in your preceding municipality. I am concerned about staffing level for police. I'm concerned having so many officers not, filling the positions. I understand it's recruiting. I understand it's a lot of things that go with recruiting and the general feel of the country in regards to police. One thing that we have in Green Bay is a very supportive community when it comes to their police and police protection. But I feel that, without being really creative, and I want to give you a little room here because you're an incoming police chief and you need to make sure you hire the right officers for your department. But I guess my concern is that if we go much longer with having 8 to 10 positions not filled, is there going to be stress on your existing group of police officers? That stress, I would imagine, is great from time to time, especially when we're experiencing a higher increase in shootings and other sorts of crime. Can you kind of comment on that? What's the morale like? Do we got to think more creative in regards to recruiting officers from other municipalities, perhaps other municipalities where the city residents are not as kind and professional and appreciative of policing? I know that's kind of a roundabout way of asking the question, but can you comment on that? What would you tell the general public in regards to, are there enough officers on the street who aren't getting burnt out by being short-staffed?
Well, and you bring up a point. That is exactly one of the side effects of staffing shortages is you stress out the employees that you already have, and you can create almost a negative feedback loop where those people then want to leave because it's harder to work here and less desirable to work here than it is somewhere else. And so I look at it as a matter of shifting our thinking when it comes to how we recruit and retain police officers. And Alder Galvin, I'll bet, can relate to this. When I got hired in this business, 900 people showed up to take the test, and that was just the morning shift. There was another 900 coming after lunch. These days, it's not like that. But if you look at just in general in policing, the selection process and even things I would argue like our complaint and discipline handling processes, our personnel processes, all of the way we work with our people, they're based on that old notion that there's lots and lots of people competing for these jobs, and it's the opposite now. we are competing for talent with every other police agency in the state and even around the country, because we're a big enough city that our hiring pool is going to be beyond even the borders of the state. I would argue that we're competing with all the other larger cities in the country for the highest qualified people. And so what we will be doing over the next short term, the next year in our hiring and retention and a lot of other things, our wellness programming, the way we interact with our employees, is just shifting our mindset more towards competing for the best talent. And then once they're here, frankly, we're competing with every other agency around here for our own employees, because if they feel like it's more attractive to work someplace else, they may leave us. And that's why it's not even just a matter of just the right recruiting message or any one thing. It's a comprehensive program that includes what employees' experience is like while they're working here. And this isn't just for sworn people either. It includes professional staff.
So, Chief, I believe the number of officers you have in your department as budgeted are 187. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So I know it's going to be an odd question, but if you had a handicap or you had to say what is the percentage chance that you'll be fully staffed at the 187, say 9 months into the year, so say September, what are the chances that you will be having 187 officers on the job?
To be frank, I don't think those chances are very high. Again, only because it is so hard for us to, and it has been so hard for us to attract those really highly qualified people, because at the same time, what we don't want to do is lower our standards, because that can cause really big problems for us down the road. Certainly we're going to make every effort that we can, but it's really hard to predict because it is a tough market out there to get people that you want to come fill these jobs.
So from an ethics standpoint, there are other municipalities and state governments, thinking Utah, Florida, other southern states, that are active in recruiting or encouraging officers from across the country to come to their jurisdiction. Now, obviously, it's kind of an ethical dilemma for me, because I don't want to say the city should do that, because I wouldn't want other municipalities to do that and attract our best officers. But the reality is that the public expects some level of public service in regards to police, protection and services. And so I just hope, I'll end it with this, and now you and I had a very good conversation a few weeks back. I just hope that we are thinking outside the box to recruit and to train and to get us to that 187 officers by the end of the year. Because I don't know if it makes sense for us to hold those positions open as a budget item if we're not going to fill them by the end of the year. So I'll end with that. You don't have to comment on that. I just appreciate the work you're doing, and hopefully we can get those positions fully staffed. Thank you.
Are there any other comments on the police budget?
I'd just like to make one comment.
Yes, Alderman Yurlis, go ahead.
I just want to mention that I think the Green Bay Police Department, I don't think the city council can micromanage how they hire. And I feel that we have people that are competent there, and they're looking for a certain person to do the job. And I think that they have to have let them make the decisions as far as how many they can hire. And as he stressed, that this is not just a Green Bay problem, it's a nationwide problem. And I think our new chief is going to be well qualified to get whatever people that he can get a hold of to fill these positions. And I think we just have to, let them lead and not try to micromanage, the 187 or any numbers. If he has a different way of policing in Green Bay as far as the department goes, I feel that, he's the chief, that, give him the leeway and not to be micromanaging too much on the number of people that are hired. He'll find the right people, and that's how we should move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Vangelis. I agree. Right, I'll go to Alder Galvin, then Alder Burnett. Alder Galvin first.
Chief, there was one item, and I've been looking for it in the budget, and I'm not finding it. I'm hoping it's there. But I had some discussion with some people involved with the boat patrol unit, and there was some concern about, I think it's a Zodiac boat, needing a new bladder, or if that's what it's called, that goes all the way around the boat. That was long overdue in the maintenance schedule to be replaced. I'm just wondering if that has been included in this budget.
Apparently, we're going to pay for that through a harbor patrol grant over a 5-year period. So that is one of the things that we're addressing. The boat motors are another thing, and that's in one of our ARPA requests. But originally, we had talked about putting that item you're talking about in an ARPA request, and we found alternative means, looks like, to fund that.
Very good. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other comments on police? Alder Burnett?
Yeah, real quick. I appreciate Alder Vanderleest's comments. I just hope my comments were not taken, out of context. I agree with what he's saying. We should allow the police chief to manage the department. I was just saying, from a public perception for safety in our neighborhoods, when you have an increase of shootings and the stress that puts on the officers on the street, that extended amounts of time that we are not fully staffed will create even more pressure on the existing officers within the city. So I agree with that sentiment completely. Alder Vanderleest, just want to express support for the police because it is a tough job, and they're policing in really tough times. And so hopefully the city of Green Bay can recruit really good officers, get them trained, and get them into the police department and police the way that Green Bay polices, not how other municipalities police. So just want to make sure that Chief Davis knows that I support him and his department, and I in no way want to micromanage what he's doing at the police station. Thank you.
Yes, Alder Steuer.
Thank you, Chair. Just a general comment. I had a good visit with Chief Davis at when we were at UW Green Bay for the budget talk, and I'm very confident that he's going to take his staff and work the best he can with what he has at the time. He was talking about analytics and research and a number of other elements that he's going to bring in, that they're doing now, but to improve upon. So I'm pretty confident as far as some of his statements and what he would like to do. We definitely understand that it takes a year to a year and a half to train a police officer. That can be that we can't just plug in people willy-nilly. We have to really work at it. So I support generally what's going on, and we'll take a look at it tighter for next week as well. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion on the police department this time.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve the police department budget. Is there a second? I'll second it. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Alder Johnson, did you get to vote? I'm sorry, I missed it. Oh, okay. You're silent. All right. So we will now take a break. It's 3:18. I'd like you to be back here by 3:25, and we will continue on with the budget at that point. So we'll be here a while. Let us move on to our favorite part of the budget, the fire department. I'm trying to make Chief Litton feel good.
So we do have one new position, and I can just run into this real quick because I know we have a lot to go. And fire department, is becoming more reliant on IT. So they're looking to add an IT specialist to really help maintain all the software and work on hardware, and then really create ad hoc reports for the department's software systems and be a project manager for technology initiatives, and then work with the IT department on network issues as well. So fiscal impact, because it's a new position, I think is just under 89,000. And for us, we really need to take a deeper look at our IT department in general, and maybe IT services for all of our departments. So this is part of maybe looking at a public safety IT team. We haven't put a lot of thought behind that, but this might be the first step. And then also just kind of centralizing IT services next year. So this is really, I think, the IT positions this year that are being added is kind of just adding that capacity of IT services that we need. And then we got to rethink how we want our IT department to look the next couple of years.
Okay. Any specific questions on that position?
Less of a question, Alderdorf, maybe more of a statement, and Director Faulds alluded to it. Something that I've observed in the city is, right, we create our own, each department creates its own mechanic shop. We create our own IDT departments. We have to hire our own engineer because another department can't get us stuff fast enough. And I've seen that progression, and that's the kind of thing that creates silos in large organizations. And so if we're trying to break those silos down, and I'm glad you mentioned that, Director Faulds, that you're going to evaluate it next year, we really need to do that. We need to force that communication between departments. And to me, when we allow, right, like an IT position to exist in every single department, that's not forcing that collaboration. So I really, I'll support it right now, but I really encourage us to figure out how to IT services get centralized with the IT department.
Okay, thank you for the observation. Alder Galvin.
I guess I would have to disagree somewhat on that. When the PD started out with computers and such, they ended up with an IT person that was technically part of the IT at City Hall. And then they added on another half position, so we had 1.5 people there. And at that time, the PD had over half of the computers in the city with 1.5 positions, and City Hall had 4 or 5 IT positions over there. I mean, I think they all work together and collaborate on it. As a lot of us, they're using the same equipment. Just because 2 are assigned to the PD, 1's assigned to the fire department, that just means they're still IT, but they become specialized in the needs of each of those departments. So I'm not sure if...
It's not my point, Alder Galvin.
So what was your point?
They ought to be reporting through a strategic direction through one department that specializes in IT. And I mean this respectfully to the chief. He understands fire, right? He understands paramedics. It's not to say that somebody can't be hyper-focused on a particular department. Because clearly, to your point, there's enough computers there to probably support a position. That's why we're asking for it.
Okay, so should we maybe go back to the numbers in the budget? Do you want to talk about that?
Well, I guess what I'm
Go ahead,
asking
Alder
is,
Galvin.
are you asking that all the IT people start
Tell you
out
what,
at
Bill.
City Hall? Or,
Hey,
I mean,
why
I'll give you a
don't
call.
we
We'll talk about it
have
because it's
this
not budget
discussion?
related.
okay. All right.
Here. How about I will start with on page 96. Looks like overtime is going up 5,501. Overtime up 38% in the projections. Help me understand that, Chief Litton.
I was prepared for that question, Alderdorf. So
I figured you would be.
So year to date, I shouldn't say year to date, through August 31st, which we haven't compiled the numbers yet for September and October, we have had over 26,000 hours of overtime, 26,000 or 1,083 shifts. You take that and divide that number by 24. And I have to move your screen around here. And so what does that do to? Well, it's due to a lot of different factors, all of which are included within the labor agreement. And a big chunk of it has to do with family medical leave. So as you might know, in the fire department over the last 8.5 years since I've been here, we have hired 90 plus employees, new employees. So 43% of the total. And all of those are young employees, and they all have families, and they're all beginning families. And so we've had numerous events throughout the year where our firefighters and families are having children, and so they take 12 weeks of family medical leave off, and so that leaves 30 shifts basically that have to be filled every year, and so that starts with some of the problem. I'm trying to tag through here. We had over 1,000 hours in funeral leave. The total family medical leave as of August was 6,660 of those hours.
Before you go on, are you understaffed? Would it be cheaper to have more firefighters and have less overtime?
I think, we've, it's a good question because we actually discussed this with the mayor and with Joe, HR and other things. I think the issue with that is if we were to add staff is you're hiring younger employees again, and then you're creating this whole issue with the family medical leave. And, we're right now. So, and to add to the issue, let me just add this. On military leave the entire year, and we've had 2 other employees that have been on long-term disability all year. So that's 400 shifts right there alone, 100 shifts per person, basically. So that's 400 more shifts, or about 80, almost 9,000 hours of that total of 26,000. So you can see how it kind of compounds itself. And so just adding more employees, and then with all their benefits, their vacation they have off, and Fair Labor Standard Act time they have to have off, and then if they have families and they take time off, it just, I think, just kind of compounds the issue. Now, we used to be, there's two staff modeling systems. One's an overstaff system, which basically means you have enough employees on a given shift so that you have X amount of people off in a day and it doesn't affect your minimum manning. The other, and that's what we used to be 10 or 12 years ago, that was probably the model that we were completely in. The other model is constant staffing, which basically means you hire just the amount of shifts or people you need for the shifts, and then you fill everything else with overtime. Well, we're not quite there, so I'd call what we're in right now would be a hybrid model, somewhere between what we used to be and what we are now. And so I don't think the solution is hiring more staff. I think the solution is we got to increase our overtime. So if you look at our year-to-date overtime costs, we're already at over 50% spent year-to-date, and so I asked for a 50% increase in that number. I think it stands at 38 or 39% as submitted in the budget. So, we do everything. Very little of this time was due to training. Very, very little, like 260 hours. So the great majority of this is due to family medical leave and other contractual obligations.
So there's not really a solution then in our future. And we have a contract that, of course, we as city council, we approve the contract. So, that's on us too. But how many years is it approved for now? Director Falk, or do you know, Dave?
Through the end of 2023.
Okay. Okay, well, hopefully.
Those contract provisions have been in place forever. It's not that those are new contract provisions.
No,
they've been in place for 10
understand.
plus years or 20 years
And
along
there's
the way.
reasons behind them.
Yes. And we tracked this because I knew this was going to be, an issue coming up. And when we met with the mayor, I kind of went through it piece by piece by piece by piece and said, look, this is what it's due to. It's not like we're just willy-nilly handing out overtime. That's not the case. Everything that we're doing is due to some provision in the contract and or federal law.
And you still not think you're understaffed. I mean, you made that point, so I won't question you anymore on that. But okay.
I could take the open checkbook and say, yeah, give me 10 more people. But I think that in the end, next year, again, it'll just compound the problem. I think that those folks they'll have the same provisions in the contract, and they'll be using, that time because they're, it's within the contract and the federal law applies to them.
The federal law, yeah.
I just think we'll just do the same quagmire.
All right. That was my question on the fire department budget. Does anyone else have any concerns about the budget? Fire department? Yes, Alder LaFave.
Yes, I want to look at the medical supplies and the oxygen medical. That's a big jump for this.
Can you please tell us the page number?
Okay, page 97 in the paper, and it is number 54001 and number 54042. Do you see this an anomaly, or is this something that I know with medical supplies that might come from, are some of them coming from overseas, manufacturers having problems here? The oxygen, I'm a little, surprised on that one. But do you see this an anomaly, or is this something that you think, because everything is going up?
Could I just ask, are you looking at the percentages or the actual amount?
Yeah, I look
Because-
at the percentage, but then I also look at the actual amount.
Okay,
how
because
they're
that's
going
about $7,000 for each one of those.
Right,
Just
right.
to make sure you looked at that. Okay,
Right.
go ahead.
That is a jump, and I just wonder if that's an anomaly or something that, might be looking at in the future coming up.
Yeah, Alder LaFave, that's certainly a trend that's occurring due to two factors. Number one, you already hit one of them on the head, rising costs. Everything is becoming more. There have been drug shortages throughout the country, and so as we are competing for replacing medications and things in the ambulance that get used on the calls, we are competing with everybody else, including the hospitals around the country, and so those costs have gone up. And then the second factor is we're running more calls, so there's more emergencies. We are running. Just from 5 years ago to today, we're up about 15% over that 5-year period in running ambulance calls. So that trend is continuing. I don't see that it's going to level off anytime soon. We had a slight drop last year due to COVID. Everybody was staying home. We didn't have as many car accidents. We didn't have as many medical calls. We actually transported less people because of the protocol with COVID. We were just telling them to stay home unless they were in dire straits, in which case, of course, we took them to the hospital. But that was an anomaly, and I don't see that trend continuing at all.
Okay, thank you.
Alder Stroyer?
Thank you, Chair. Chief, this is more of a general observation that I've had for some time, and I kind of allude to what Alder Johnson brought up before, a little bit about interdepartmental type of things. I guess one of the things I'm looking at, I understand that you lost a mechanic at the garage, and I guess one of the things I'm looking at is, first of all, has there been a cost benefit analysis done at the fire department talking about doing work in-house, in your own shop versus jobbing things out, and what the cost differentials might be on something like that? That's one thing I'd like to talk to you about, and if you could answer that would be helpful.
So internally, I think we're paying our guys roughly, and I don't want to quote this, maybe Director Falls can help me, but I think the mechanic's position pays roughly $25 an hour, $28 an hour, somewhere in that area. Director Falls, you can help me. Farming that out to Red's Diesel Supply or fire apparatus equipment manufacturers, they're at about $135 an hour, plus the time of travel, taking it over there, dropping it off, waiting in line with everybody else that's using those services. So from a cost benefit analysis, having our own emergency certified vehicle technicians, which are different from just regular mechanics at the public works shop. Our guys have to undergo about 260 additional hours of training in ambulance electrical systems, hydraulics, pump operations. There's like 6 categories, but they are specifically trained to work on ambulances and fire apparatus.
No, I understand some of that. I think I'm just looking at, problems where you might not have enough people in-house where you can't do all of that work and keep the costs down somewhat for the city. I'm just concerned that, that there might be a number of jobs that are being jobbed out that will cost the city much more. And I don't know if it's reflected in the budget. I could look at some of the line items here, but that's more of a general comment right now. And I'm just wondering if this is a concern that you have, and is it something that we can kind of rein in a little bit? Like Alder Johnson has said too in the past, I was looking at things where, some of the garages might be able to combine. I realize that you each have your own special expertise, so to speak, but there are some projects or some jobs that all the garages would you use at the same time. So I just don't know if that's something that you and the other departments have looked at, or if you feel that what you have is definitely sufficient enough.
Yeah, well, sorry, I think we've probably addressed this 4 or 5 or 6 times in my 8+ years here. I think other than routine oil changes on staff vehicles, things of that nature, could we have a line? And I mean, we don't. So Public Works, the Right, though. So they got an east and a west garage, and they do specific things in each one of those garages. They are full up. Like, they don't have space or capacity for me to move all of our specialized equipment to a public works garage, close down our shop, and combine with them. There's no physical space. Now, if you're talking about building a new garage for us where it's one big, huge unit, I'm all in. I'm happy to get in on that train. But things like routine oil changes and things of that nature, could we have one line maybe in one of the buildings? Sure. I mean, an oil change is an oil change on a staff car. As far as the farming out of work, there are certain things like engine overhauls. You get into some of those heavy lifting issues, which is beyond the EBTs or our emergency vehicle technicians' capabilities. We still have to farm that out. That's not going to change. I don't know if Public Works has the ability to rebuild engines. There's some times where we have to rebuild the entire pump on an apparatus where an impeller has, a fan on an impeller has broken and the pumps have to be taken out and the transmission's dropped and all of those kind of things. Some of those things, just depending on how many other issues we have going on with routine maintenance and or emergency breakdowns, there is just no avoiding sending it out. Sometimes it just has to happen.
And I realize that we've gone with, we have Alloway and Bellevue on, with us as well. And I keep thinking of, governments that have combined departments or offices or communities for efficiencies. I'm just looking at financial efficiency here, that's all. So as time goes on, I'll keep looking at it. And if I have specific questions, I'll definitely let you know. So thank you.
Sure.
Any other comments? Yes. Diana.
I just want this for you, for the committee to consider. When Chief Litton brought through item number 1, which was consideration, and we approved new ambulance rates, he also stated that he would be comfortable, I guess I'd let the chief talk to it, comfortable that we could increase our revenue in the 2022 budget, slight increase in expenses also, but could increase it with these new rates. So I would like the committee just to discuss that.
Okay. How much do you think we should add to revenues, Chief Litton?
Yeah, well, I was going to wait till you got to the revenues, but I'm happy to address it right now.
Okay.
I'd put in a $200,000 increase before I got these rates and before I knew what it was, because I was fairly comfortable with that. I'm comfortable with raising them up another 100,000, maybe 150. Again, trying to be conservative because that's better to underpromise and overperform anytime you can. If the committee feels like you want to add, $150,000 more dollars into our ambulance revenue line, when you get to that, we'd be perfectly comfortable with that. I also wanted to address real quick, while we were going through the other departments, the question that Alder Johnson raised about the inability to pay. We did Pam emailed our provider LifeQuest, and year to date this year, we've run 9,131 ambulance calls. We've had 11 requests for hardship. Of those 11 requests, 3 were fully voided. 3 were partially voided. In other words, their income didn't merit. They do it based on poverty levels as a formula that's used, and that's a federal formula. 2 were denied, and 3 more in process. So if you look at it from that perspective, it's less than 1/1000%.
Thank you for getting that information. I appreciate it. Okay, so we'll take that up under the revenue portion, then we'll make that amendment.
Yep, and then to go along with that, if we have increased revenue, we also would have a slight increase in contractual expenses. And Chief, I would think this would be the time to add, $4,000 to $5,000 to the contractual line, right?
Whatever we add to the revenues, we have to add 4.5% into the contractual line. So if it's $100,000, it'll be $4,500. If you add 150 into the revenue, what's 4,500? Half of that's 2,250. So $6,750. Yeah.
Okay, so would you like a motion right now to add the contractual to amend the budget? Okay, who would like to make the motion to amend the budget to add in, what is it, $6,750? Is that what you said?
That's the math in my head. I'm not.
That's the math in my head too. All right.
So moved.
So moved by Alder Galvin. Second by Alder Corpus Dax. Any further discussion on that line item? No? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose nay. Okay, we'll amend the budget that way. Any other comments on the fire budget? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the fire department budget as amended.
So moved.
Second by Elder Galvin, second by Elder Corpus Stacks. Further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. All right, we are halfway through. Hooray. And let's have Steve Grenier,
I
Department of
just want
Public
to
Works.
make a comment right before.
Yes.
So I'll be moving over to just phone.
Okay.
In about 10, 15 minutes. So.
Okay, thank
I'll
you.
be off video.
All right. Okay, so Department of Public Works starts pages 110 to 117. So I will open that up for discussion. Are there any? Oops, go ahead.
I was just going to say that would be electronic page 150. And there is a request for a reclassification or a change. And I'll let Director Falls or Director Grenier speak to it.
I'll take it. There's several things going on with the budget as proposed. The first is a simple addition of an electrician to the table of organization, bringing the number of electricians from 5 to 6. This is a request that I've had in the budget for the last 7 years. It's in again. It's born of the fact that simple mathematics, the workload that exists within the city exceeds the number of hours available for the number of staff that we have. And there's necessary work that's just not getting done as a result of having too few electricians. As we continue to take over more and more of the electrical street lighting systems, that demand continues to grow on the electricians. So we have proposed the addition of one electrician to the table. Second item is a little bit complex. We have added another GIS position into the table of organization. We've got it currently listed as a GIS lead. That is yet to be determined, whether that winds up being a GIS lead worker, a senior GIS analyst, a GIS analyst 2, what that looks like. That's why the documentation hasn't been supplied to you, is we haven't completed that analysis with HR, nor has that gone through Carlson Detman, the consultant, for review. Based upon other positions that we have within our table of organization that have either a lead worker and base classification, or for instance, the Civil 1, Civil 2 engineers, similar to what you just did with the programmer discussion under IT. Typically, those have slotted in one pay grade above what the base classification is. So we have reserved that funding at one pay grade above the GIS analyst position. We want to make sure that that's that's in the budget, so we are able to go out and recruit that an individual to get on board for. And again, I think as Alder Johnson has identified under a previous discussion, what we're doing is we're building that capacity in. Director Falls has made that comment about taking a potential look at the IT structure of the city and how that looks in the future. These positions potentially could be included in that discussion. So that's the creation of the new position. Now with both of the GIS positions that we have in our budget, those formerly were funded 50-50 out of the stormwater utility and sanitary sewer utility. However, what we're seeing is the actual workload that individual is performing has been in excess of 50% levy supported work. So for proper cost accounting, what we have done is split those two positions as a 33-33-33 contribution between the levy support, the sanitary utility, and the storm utility.
Any questions?
And I guess one more thing to add to is, and thank you, Director Grenier, for explaining that. Essentially, the GIS position, you'll get 2 kicks at the can to look at the position, the job description, and to fill it next year. Typically, when we have these positions approved in the budget, we have all the information to look at, so we don't have to come back for recruitment, but we'll have the job description and the consultant's evaluation for you to look at again, which we don't always do.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, so on to the budget portion, the rest of the budget, anything that anyone wants to talk about? I didn't see anything.
Well, Alder Dorf.
Yes, Alder Burnett.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt or get in line of any committee member. No one wants to speak yet, I understand. So, Director Grenier, regarding the wheel tax revenue, I didn't see it in the budget. Maybe I just simply overlooked it. Could you kind of tell us what the expected revenue is for the wheel tax and how much of that fund will be used for resurfacing and reconstruction versus shifting money towards potholes and the other ways to fill and maintain our streets?
I just want a clarification, Director Ellenbecker. Is that something we'd be going through in revenue when we get to revenue, or is it okay to do it now?
It's not one of the budget items that we will be discussing.
It's not. Okay, so then.
Now would be appropriate if it pertains to what Director Grenier.
Okay.
Okay, the short answer is the reason you don't see it in the budget is because it's not a budget account. It's a completely separate, segregated account by design. As was the case over the past couple of years, approximately $145,000 to $175,000 is dedicated toward routine maintenance and upkeep. So that's crack sealing and pothole maintenance. We are again expecting about $1.7 million in revenue. That because the number of vehicles that are registered within the corporate city limits doesn't change very much, and we haven't changed the dollar value of the vehicle registration fee, the revenue stream is relatively consistent year to year, and that's been holding at about $1.73 million. So the first $145,000 to $175,000 would be dedicated over toward the maintenance activities, again, the pothole filling, asphaltic materials, and the joint crack sealing materials. All remaining funds go towards resurfacing or reconstruct. We have not dedicated any funds to any other activities at this point. They're being used to help supplement the increase in road footage above and beyond where we were in 2019.
Okay, thanks, Director. No other questions, Alder Dorf.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the Department of Public Works budget.
So moved.
So moved by Alder Galvin. I'll second that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Public Works has been approved by this committee. Parks, Rec, Forestry Equipment Replacement, pages 131 to 134.
That will be electronic page 171, and there is a reclassification and a new position, part-time position, or limited term position, I guess.
Okay, who would like to speak to that?
I can
Director
speak.
Ditchay? Okay.
Yeah. One other change that wasn't noted in the information, which I talked to Director Falds about today, it'll be a no cost change, but one of our things that we'd like to do is to officially change the Assistant Parks Director job title to Deputy Parks Director. So, and that's just to be consistent with industry standards for a similar type position. Job duties don't change at all, and neither does the pay scale. So really all we're doing is asking for a name change or a title change in that position. Unfortunately, I didn't make it into the budget book accidentally.
So do we need a motion then to amend it? Director Ellenbecker? No?
The reason I say no, I don't believe so, because there has been one or two other changes where we've taken assistant directors and now have changed them to deputy in this budget.
Okay.
Yeah, so Yeah, Director Ditchite, what you can do is you can fill out a PAF with the title change and we'll be good to go with that.
Sounds good, thanks. And then as far as the reclassifications and the new position, so the reclassification is we're changing a park ranger at the Wildlife Sanctuary to a Park Ranger 2 facilities manager. So this position was created in around 2018 when we restructured the staffing at the Wildlife Sanctuary. And we had a park ranger who coordinated his efforts on the grounds and one that coordinated his efforts on the buildings. What we've been finding throughout the years now that we filled this position and they've been working is that the buildings position is just much more complicated, and there's a much higher skill set needed to accomplish that job. In addition, that role has also incorporated coordination of volunteer activities on site. So if a school group comes and wants to volunteer to do a project, this position coordinates that volunteer group. So what we are proposing to do is to just bump it up one pay grade scale from a G to an H. And there's a total budget difference in 2022 of $2,586. So there's very little impact to the city budget on that reclassification. The position that we added was the Conservation Corps position, Conservation Corps coordinator position. So that was actually discussed at a previous personnel committee in August, and it was approved at the following to add that to the table of structure. And so we did that, and really what we did in this budget is we incorporated that into the budget. And so you'll see that position added. But one thing I wanted to note for those of you who might not have been involved with that meeting at personnel is that position is largely grant funded. So we did receive a grant which funds the position through mid-August or September of next year. And the hope is to continue it beyond that and secure more grants beyond that to actually implement a Conservation Corps program for the city of Green Bay. So all that we're doing right now is adding the position to kind of work through the details and start that program up and to secure other grants to fund the program in following years. That's it for the restructure and reclassifications. Now I do want to just touch bases on a few other items that might not be very apparent in the budget book, and most of it has to do with the seasonal salaries. So I just wanted to point out a few things. So if you go to the seasonal salary line item for parks, which is on page 110 of the paper copy. Hold on, I'm actually on the wrong thing. It would be page 112 of the paper copy. Sorry, I'm in the wrong department here. Sorry.
You are in the wrong, yeah, it's got to be.
I was still under Public Works. I got it.
Yes.
Sorry.
In the 130s.
It is page 131 of the paper copy. I apologize. So you can see that there's a pretty significant reduction in our seasonal salaries of about $55,000. That really occurred due to the changes to the summer playground program. So as many of you may recall, over the last 2 years, we've funded 32 sites to run our summer playground program, but we've only been able to actually run 16 sites in both years due to staff shortages. So we've really gone way above and beyond our recruiting efforts of what we normally have done, and we've just fallen short. The employees just aren't there. So what this budget is doing is it's downsizing that program to 16 sites for this year. And with the hopes that as the staffing shortages change, we can do one of two things. We can either slowly bring some sites back into the budget in following years, or we can reimagine the program and seek out other grants to fund the program as a kind of a slightly different program than what it currently is. So that change alone saved $125,000 in the budget. And it costs approximately $7,800 per site to run that program. So if you have 16 sites, that's approximately $125,000. So that was one change that was made. The sites that will be selected for next year are very similar to the sites from 2021, but we will make a few minor changes to it based on number of users in a couple of locations were down pretty low. So we're going to make a few changes to the locations, but we only budgeted for 16 sites. The second item that really has come up for a lot of discussion as it relates to our seasonal employees is pools. So as you know, we have not been able to operate all 3 pools for the last 2 years for the same reason that we haven't run the playground program at all the sites. So in fact, last year we only ran 2 pools, so Joanne's did not open at all, and it was due to a shortage of lifeguards. And you know, across the board, that's an industry standard where every community is running into that problem. So what we did is we did our lifeguards, our instructors who are also lifeguards, they have to be, and then also our pool directors. So all 3 of those did get a pay raise to help us attract more people to apply for those jobs. So for the lifeguards in this budget, we've given them approximately a 50-cent raise per hour, whereas the pool directors and instructors would be getting a $2.45 raise. Now, there are a lot more lifeguards than there are pool directors and instructors. So, you know, the change to the pool directors does seem a little bit different compared to the lifeguards, but we do feel that we are going to have problems filling the pool director positions this year, as some of them are going to be moving on to other jobs, and those positions probably will likely be vacant also. So what we did for all of those positions is we just bumped them up 1 pay grade from where they currently are. And so for a pay grade for the lifeguards, to bump them up 1 pay grade added about 50 cents per hour. And then to bump the pool directors and instructors up 1 pay grade, it happened to be $2.45 per hour. So that change alone added about $18,000 to the budget to give those increases in salaries. So in general, I mean, those were the big items that I wanted to touch bases on. If anyone has any specific questions as it relates to other line items, I'd be happy to answer them.
I just have one. It's on page 133,
Yes.
line item 54072. And I'm wondering if concessions went up so much. Is that because of taking over the gift shop at the wildlife sanctuary?
That is part of it. So hold on just 1 second. Let me get to that, my notes on that. So at the sanctuary, we did add $25,000 into the budget for purchases of the items to fill that store. But it is offset by revenues. And so, you know, there really is no net increase to the budget by adding that in. And that was $25,000 there, $25,000 alone. And then on the recreation end, there was a slight increase both at the pools and the Triangle, our sledding hill. And those increased just to reflect actual. So prices have just gone slightly up, and we've sold a little bit more product than we've done in the past. But again, at those locations, the revenues offset the expenses.
Right. Thank you. I just was curious.
Yep.
Alder Burnett.
Thank you, Chair Dorf. I don't think, first of all, thank you, Dan, for preparing your part of the budget. I don't think 50 cents an hour increase for lifeguards is enough. I think this is a greater point, and probably I'll make some motions at the full council, but when we increase some positions by $3,000-$4,000 on the surface, it seems small and manageable. But when you realize the potential trade-off would be that we could hire for that same amount of money, not hire, but pay the lifeguards more money in order to attract them and to be competitive with other municipalities. Something as simple as, another $18,000 could increase their pay even more. I'm on the Parks Committee, so I've spoken about this at length there, but Joanne's has been closed for 2 years straight, and I don't think we can close any pool at all this year, and that means that we might have to be really creative and competitive with the salary. I'm also concerned about reducing our playground programming to half. I mean, we're assuming that there are staffing issues, but perhaps additional pay could make it attractive for those teens who are home from college or before they go to college to work the playground equipment. I guess my concern is that we're kind of allowing ourselves to believe that there's no other alternative. When you close down half of your playground programming, that is many kids throughout this community who may not have supervision in the home, who go to the parks to interact with other children, who interact with our excellent city staff. For some of those children, the stability that the parks provide them will be lacking. And then, of course, you see the other issues manifest themselves throughout the city. Kids getting in trouble, kids not having any direction, not having things to do, especially if we close a pool again this year. So I don't know what the point of having these incredible aquatic facilities are if we don't dedicate the necessary dollars to staff them. So I know, Dan, Director Ditchite, you've done a lot of work. You've kind of worked through a lot of these issues, but my frustration is not directed to you specifically. It's just the overall focus of the city. If we're going to increase taxes this year, we're cutting an awful lot to our parks, from our parks, closing half of the playground programs, and then potentially not having enough dollars resourced to hire lifeguards to staff all 3 of our pools. So this is a greater conversation I'll probably share at the council when I can kind of look at some of the dollar increases for some of the positions outside of the Parks Department, but we really can't cut here. I mean, we really got to be very careful about cutting these sorts of amenities that we think people don't forget, but I'm telling you, a lot of people missed them the last couple of years. So again, those are my.
Sorry, I would encourage you to make your wishes known here. This is the work session. We'll be happy to hear if there's some motions you would like us to make on finance and personnel that we could bring, we'll be happy to do that here. You don't need to wait till next week. So do you have some ideas?
Oh, yeah. I mean, again, each
like $1 an hour?
Well, yeah, you'd have to have offsetting revenue. You'd have to reduce the budget in some area in order to accommodate that. So,
but it's good if we have the information today, then Director Ellenbecker has the time to figure out what that would be instead of sitting in the middle of the meeting and just suddenly getting that. So if you're thinking of a number, I could see raising the salaries of the lifeguards. I could see trying to open more parks and budgeting for it, even if it doesn't happen. At least we could try. I would be certainly supportive of that. So what would you like to see us do?
Well, some of the decisions and I respect your committee structure. I'm not part of your committee, so I don't have a vote. So I'm kind of hesitant to bring forward concrete ideas if I don't have a vote on the committee level.
You have a vote. You have a vote at City Council. So
exactly.
I don't understand. Why would you like me to bring up an idea? How about we raise them $1 an hour? Is that good enough, or $1.50? Do you like $1.50 better? I'll bring it up. I
would have to continue to do my research to see what the other municipalities are doing. But yeah, I think that would be great.
And then we could what we could do is ask Director Ellenbecker to come back, or Director Ditchite to come back with how much of an impact that would be, how many hours per.
Yeah, and I'm very, and just so you know, Director Ditchite and I have had several conversations around this. He and I were going to collaborate. We just haven't had an opportunity to do that due to a situation I'm dealing with within my personal life. So there's reasons why I don't have those figures that I normally would. So
Okay, Director Falls.
Sorry to interrupt. And I guess I'll just ask Director Ditchite and maybe HR Manager Falk if we're prepared to share some of that data tonight about what other municipalities pay, or even just what De Pere pays for lifeguards, as they're the closest nearby with 2 pools. And then I guess just start from there.
Yeah, and I could share with you what I have. Unfortunately, I don't have it digitally. I only have a paper copy in front of me, so I can verbally tell you what we came across. So I know HR did reach out to some other communities, and this is what they gathered. So with our lifeguards and the new pay structure with the raises, we will be paying anywhere from $12.02 to $13.19 an hour. Those are for the lifeguards. When you compare it to other communities, Ashwaubenon ranges from $10.70 to $11.70. De Pere is really the only one that is higher than where we are, or very close to us. So they're at $13 to $13.75, which is slightly higher than us. Eau Claire is less than us at $10 to $11. Janesville is less. Kenosha is a little bit more than us. Madison is at $15.48 an hour. And Manitowoc is less than us. Actually, they're right the same as us.
So here what we have in our community is we know we can't get lifeguards paying them what we are paying them, right? Whether it's compared to another city or not, we aren't getting them. So why don't we try to work on something here where we're supposed to be doing the work for the committee and see what might we like to raise those to? I mean, it sounds like $14 an hour, 14 to 15, or 13.50 to 15, something like that. Or is that too high?
Sorry to jump in. So Director Ditchite, can we just clarify, is the top range that we're expecting to pay with the changes we brought forward, it's around $14, I think, next summer?
I believe it's $13.19, but I'll double check that.
Oh, that's closer to 13. Okay, Elder Gerlach and then Elder Galvin.
Yeah, it's 13.19 is the, yep.
Okay, that's pretty low. Okay, go ahead, Alder Gerlach.
Director Ditchite, if you had had more money to pay lifeguards this past summer, would you have been able to hire more lifeguards?
That's really a tough question to answer because there's so many outside factors that come into play. Obviously, it's nice from a recruiting standpoint, but there's also a lot of jobs outside of municipalities and lifeguarding that pay considerably more than pay. So I guess we just have to find that fine balance of being competitive with other communities as it relates to lifeguards versus where we want to be with competing with other businesses who are attracting the same type of individuals vying for the same type of positions.
But if I could ask you, just this past summer, I know that, for example, Joanne's pool was open for lessons, but it couldn't be open for recreational swim all summer, and you didn't have enough lifeguards. In your hiring experience for the summer of 2021, were the jobs, did people turn you down because you weren't offering enough, or were there no people interested in the jobs?
It was more of an issue of lack of applicants than it was people turning the jobs down.
And the lack of that after the training sessions, right? Because of COVID, that was part of my understanding that we couldn't get lifeguards trained as many as we could before. I know that that's what the Y was dealing with as well. And maybe now we can get more lifeguards trained.
So I think in general, based on what other communities are paying, I mean, Madison is obviously a lot higher than us, but, you know, Manitowoc, Kenosha, De Pere, we're really not that far off from $1 per hour when you're comparing municipality pay for lifeguards.
Who else had their hand up? Was it Alder Galvin? Somebody else did. Alder Galvin.
So I guess what and I don't know if this is what Alder Burnett is looking for, but can we request the park department to look at what the difference would be if we raise the offering from $12.02 to $13.19 up to say $13.50 to $14.50 an hour? What would that cost the city or the park department? And what if, when you're doing that, you suddenly have a lot of applicants and you realize you can open up Joanne's pool for recreational swimming? What would that cost them to add on that extra staff?
Well,
I mean, it seems to me, if I could just finish, the same thing with the parks going from 16 back to 32. If we were to offer more and we suddenly get more people applying and we say, gosh, we got enough kids here, we could open up 24 parks instead of 16. But what would that cost the city, and where do we get the money if we haven't planned? So, I mean, if you had some projections on how that would affect the budget, I'd be willing to look at that. I mean, I don't like only having 16 parks open. I see how many kids are using the parks and how many have used them in the past. And you look at the cost of opening up Joanne's pool and all the maintenance in running it, keeping the water clean, all that kind of stuff. And then we're only using it for swim lessons because we don't have enough staff. Is it even worth filling up the pool, so to speak, just to have swim lessons there? So I guess, yeah, if that's a motion that we could put together just to have something ready for the budget council meeting so we can review it. I mean, maybe you start recruiting now for next year. I don't know if you do. I mean, I'm sure you guys have been looking at a lot of different ways to try and get the staff. But there's always something new out there that we can try, I think, to try and attract the individuals that we need for these jobs.
And Alder Burnett, that's why I wanted us to try to do something during the work session so we could have something concrete at city council. And you can always add more then if you want, but at least we have a good start. So do you see why I kind of like that?
Yeah, and yes, I do completely. And to be fair to Mr. Ditchite, we did discuss this. We did have a conversation outside of NWTC at the mayor's first open house, I guess that's what it's referred to. So that was a conversation he and I fully intended to have. So it was something that came up that I personally was not able to hold that meeting with him. But to Alder Galvin's point, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Just sort of some trade-offs, I think. And so, no, trust me, Alderdorf, normally I would have gathered all these numbers ahead of time for this meeting, but I just wasn't able to for reasons I don't want to disclose.
Truly, I have no problem with that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about letting this committee do the work it's here to do and get that ready for you and for all of us by next week. I think you can see there's a lot of support out here for that idea. I want to see parks open. I want to see lifeguards, definitely. And now we have some direction. Go ahead.
I do have that information available right now. So
you do?
Yep. So I knew this question would come up, so I am ready to talk about it. So if we were to staff all 3 pools and run them this year, along with lifeguards and training and lessons, there's about 19,000 hours of lifeguard staff time. So if you're going to give them $1 increase, it would be a budget impact of $19,000.
Like from the 12 went to 13 and the 13 went to 13.
Yep. So if you gave everybody, all of the lifeguards and the pool directors and the instructors, which you'd have to almost do all of them, it's a total of 19,000 hours. So if you gave and that's hours for everybody working. So it doesn't break out.
Isn't there revenue too? Isn't there revenue that comes in when they use the pools?
No, actually there is, but I'm assuming, I'm in our budget, we're assuming that all 3 pools are going to open.
Okay.
And actually, we don't make enough revenue to pay all of the bills to run the pools. So for every dollar that you increase per hour, it adds $19,000 to the budget.
And Director Falls.
And sorry to be a rainy cloud on this. I think so. When we talk about $19,000, and I think it's a drop in the bucket, right? For it's a lot of money, but with the whole budget, it's not a huge amount. And I think we all have great intentions that we want to pay our lifeguards more and get more lifeguards so we can provide services to the public. The concern we have from HR is when we kind of arbitrarily put a dollar for one position, it kind of compromises our seasonal pay plan, because then it could be discrimination. It's like, why are you giving $1 to lifeguards and not $1 to some other position? So I guess our position is, if you can find a different way to have like a temporary incentive, to have like we talked with Director Ditchite about this, like a stipend, if you stay through July, that is the same equivalent of an extra $1, that might be better than changing our seasonal pay plan and just adding $1 up front.
What do you think of that? Yeah, like a bonus if they stay through July.
Yeah, and Director Ditchite can work that out, whatever the right amount is.
Alder Johnson?
Yeah, and that's just something that I've been sitting here thinking about. And I get the, comparison to other communities. It's good to benchmark. Unfortunately, I don't think it addresses what our localized challenge is. And that is, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what other communities are paying. At the end of the day, we're not getting enough people to apply. That's the issue. And if you're marketing to people, I'll tell you what, like marketing $1 an extra per hour versus I'm making a number up, a $250 sign-on bonus, right? Like I tell you what, it's $250 from a marketing perspective. I think people will perk their heads at that faster than they will the dollar, even though the dollar would probably get them more money in the end. So, and then to Director Falt's point, it stabilizes your seasonal rate. And then with the sign-on bonus, you've got something that you can actually promote and get in front of people. Because again, we're not competing with, lifeguards in Eau Claire. We're competing. This is the problem in the hospitality industry right now, right? People are upskilling. They're getting out of the industry because they're taking other jobs in different industries that are paying more with better benefits. That's what we're competing against. And so I think that we've got to create an incentive or a carrot that gets people to look at this position differently than the way they're looking at others.
And just to give you a ballpark, there are about
one second. Could you run the meeting for a second? I have to do something with my dog. Alder Galvin, could you run the meeting?
Yes,
first?
You kept cutting out. Yep.
I'm sorry. I have to do something with my dog.
All right, go ahead, Director Ditchite.
What I was going to say is, if you're looking at doing a lump sum per employee, there's probably approximately 70 positions for the lifeguards and the pool directors. So if you're looking at a lump sum per employee, you just have to do the math.
All right, and that's if we had all 3 pools up and running all the time, correct?
Yep.
All right.
And we could do that, correct me if I'm wrong, where it only applies to new recruits, right? Could we just do like a lane change with existing staff or returning staff? And then where they're getting compensated for that experience, but then do the sign-on bonus for new recruits? I mean, that's more customary.
You could, but I would recommend doing it for all of them, just because we're very happy that old employees are coming back to work again. So I would recommend all or nothing, but we could do it for new employees if that's your preference.
I would be hesitant in that I've been listening to a lot of industries where the companies have been giving bonuses to new employees because they're sticking around, and the older employees are like, "Are you kidding me? I've been here a year after I got out of high school, my freshman, sophomore, junior, senior year, and I've been sticking it out for 4 years, and this new kid comes in for one summer and he gets a bonus that ends up having to make more money than I did." I can see where we could get creative, like hey, if you stick around till this date of the summer, you can earn a bonus if, like, say you're an older employee, and we give the new employees a bonus on the front end, something like that. But
that's why I say don't get too fixated on the one thing I said and listen to the other thing that I said, which is giving returning staff a pay grade increase. because they'll actually perform bonus depending on where you set that rate, right? And we have the ability to communicate and convey that because we know who those people are. But when you're marketing, you don't have that depth of a communication channel, and that's where something flashy gets their attention.
Sure.
And Director Falls, so I was a park attendant and I worked at Milwaukee parks, and the lifeguards always got paid way more than the parkies. They had more responsibility. They had, responsible for saving lives. They had extra training. So it seems that paying them more, how would that impact other seasonal employees? What are you thinking?
So it looked like maybe our HR manager wanted to jump in. I'm not sure if she did for this question or not.
No, I just
There she is.
accidentally hit my camera.
Oh,
Sounds good. I think it's we already positions staggered in pay grades, and we're moving people up. So I think I would have to look at the same pay grade that we have, and then adding $1. It really what it comes down to is what is a justifiable reason for adding $1 to this position. And then I think also, I know we're moving up the swim instructors. I think that's what it's called, up a few dollars already. But then you start to get compression issues with the supervisors and people above you. So I don't have a definitive answer for you. I just know that if you have one pay grade with the lumped positions and now you just add $1 to another, that can create issues with that.
so lifeguards are paid the same as other park attendants?
No,
I don't think so.
No.
they're more.
Okay. They're more. Alder Gerlach.
A question, please, for Director Ditchite, and I'm sorry, I'm getting tired and maybe I'm just not hearing this right. I thought I heard you say that this budget is assuming all the parks are going to be open and all of our usual activities are going to go on. Is that right?
What I believe what I said is this budget says that all of the pools will be open. So we budgeted for all 3 pools to be open. But as far as playground summer programs, we only budgeted for 16 out of the 32. And I guess one comment, I don't want to shortchange the lifeguard issue, but I do want to talk about the playground program a little bit more detail. So I would recommend we just finish up with the lifeguard discussion, and then I just want to point out a few things in regards to playgrounds.
Finished.
Do like the lifeguard discussion got shut down.
Okay.
That we can't do it. We just can't do it. I don't like to hear that because I want to have a solution for this. But is there something, I suppose we have to have this done by the budget meeting, right? So we shouldn't just increase a dollar number. Are we going to decide on the bonuses then? Don't we kind of need to decide something tonight to bring to council Tuesday? Director Falls, I'm asking you this question.
I hear you. I didn't know if it was directed towards me or someone else. Yeah,
you can have it.
Yeah, so I think we should have a motion and some type of decision, and then obviously it's up to the council to decide, and that should give some direction to Director Ellenbecker to, what she can plug into the budget for Tuesday.
Right, Director Ditchite, what should that be?
As far as the recommendation goes, truthfully, I am fine with how it's currently in the budget. But if you feel that there needs to be an additional amount, that would be your discretion. I think it will help the problem, but I don't think it'll solve the problem because I think it's a bigger issue than just, giving them $1 raise or a sign-up bonus. That might attract a couple of individuals, but I don't think it'll attract enough that it will make a huge difference. There needs to be something else in the community that has to change, which is going to get more people to apply for these jobs, because it's not just Green Bay, it's every community is having these same issues.
So maybe working with the school district? Have we done that?
We've gone into the schools and recruited at the schools. In fact, the schools have some of their own lifeguards. They're the same employees we have to a certain extent. And so, yeah, we're doing it. Last year, especially, our aquatic supervisor, she went above and beyond what we typically do, trying to recruit more lifeguards and more individuals. So I don't think there's really much more we can do from a recruiting standpoint other than increase the pay and hope that that helps. But as far as the budget goes, I'm content with where we're at and where the budget's being proposed. But I would welcome more if that's what you would like to do to help with the effort even more.
Alder Burnett and then Alder Steuer.
I'll make my comments quick. We have to keep in mind the end users. End users in this city, the parents, the teens, the young children, they're expecting their city government to provide swimming at swimming pools in their city for which they're paying taxes and admittance fees. So I guess from how we get there and what things we do and what decisions we make to the end user, that's irrelevant. They just want to be able to use swimming pools. That means we may have to get creative. My fear is right now at this committee meeting, if we don't at least attend Director Ditchite, 50 cents, I get that was something. I get the work that your staff has done. I'm on the Parks Committee. I know you've gone the extra mile through the proper channels you could to get more lifeguards. What I'm saying is that didn't work this last time. We've had, and partly pandemic, I get that, but we've had Granny's closed for 2 straight years, and before that, another city pool closed at Resch. So what I would propose, just to get something on the board, so we don't, in the summertime, regret that we didn't at least do something to increase that pay, what I would recommend for returning lifeguards to increase the wage for $1 over what has been budgeted so far, and then for new recruits or new hires, give a $300 bonus as long as they stay through, the middle of July. Just gets us on the board and says we're going to do something to staff our swimming pools, because we're assuming the absolute worst. We're assuming the worst, and I don't want to assume the worst. I want to assume that we're going to fix the problem.
Does someone on the committee want to make that motion? I'll make it. I'll make that motion. And before we vote on it, though, I'll let Alder Steuer talk.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Quite a few of us are parents. My daughter was on the Green Bay swim team, Y swim team, and she swam at Southwest. There were a number of people that were lifeguards because of the schools and such, and they might have gone out for swimming in college or what have you. And it seems like there's a built-in dynamic there. And Director Ditchett, I'm sure you've explored that as well. But for a while there were many children that were involved in swimming. Some older children too, and I just want to hear from you that you've exhausted that end as well.
Well, we do run a junior lifeguard program class where we're teaching younger students how to be lifeguards, and that class has actually been pretty successful. But I think the age group is 12 to 15, if I recall. I don't have that in front of me. So it's for younger kids training to be lifeguards. But that is always our hope when we're running that program, is we recruit younger individuals with the hopes that they come work for us in the future.
All right. Well, as long as you've looked at it, I appreciate that.
Okay, so
Thank you.
Just for this portion, because I still want to talk about seasonal workers, but for this portion, I would like to make the motion that we give a $1 an hour increase to each of our returning lifeguards, and including the swim instructors, Alder Burnett?
Yeah.
Or did they already go up a lot, Director Ditchett?
I believe they went up around $2.40 an hour for the instructors, but they're also lifeguards, so they do both.
Do we want to get that specific, Alderdorf, versus just saying here's X amount of dollars that staff can deploy as needed to get the people that we need?
Well, Alder Burnett, what do you think? I'm going to ask you that.
Director Ellenbecker nodding her head. Whatever is easy. I just threw out a motion just to.
Okay, Director Ellenbecker.
I would certainly lean to Director Ditchite, but he originally said, if you have 1,900 staff, them all $1 increase, that'd be 19,000. We talked about a one-time bonus for 70 employees. That's around 17.5 or 18. honestly, I think back to Alder Johnson's point, I'm like, if that is in the ballpark of what you're thinking, maybe you give them 20,000 flat, even 20,000, and then leave it up to the director to try to make that decision for next year. That gives him flexibility on what program based on who's coming back. It would just be easier for budget if you just said, okay, we're going to willing to give them 20,000 more for lifeguard pays or something. That might be easier.
Like for incentive, lifeguard incentives, can we call it that or no? Is that a bad word?
Well, what account can we just shove that into?
That would go under seasonals in the parks line item.
Okay, so then we just can say add 20,000 to the seasonal parks
Bingo.
line. 20,000 to the seasonal park salary parks line.
I will second that.
Second by Elder Johnson.
And that'll cover the cost of filling all the pools
Yes.
full time. Okay, good. I'm on board then.
Okay. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Oh, she's here. Here's somewhere.
I'm still listening.
Okay. And opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. That's good. And then to the other piece of it is the parks.
Yep.
So right now, budgeting is for 16 parks because we couldn't get enough employees. Is that correct?
That's the primary reason, but there's another side that I just do want to point out a little bit, which has some bearing in the decision making also. So the school district also runs a summer program themselves, a summer school program, which a lot of students do go to that. And that is actually affecting our numbers at our park program also.
Okay.
So last year we ran 16 sites. 3 sites were park school locations that had a summer park program at the school. And those 3 were our lowest attended sites, which were Dan's, Tank, and Fort Howard. And so obviously in next year's or the 2022 budget, we're not going to select any sites that are a park school location where they're running a summer school program because the numbers are drastically different. And I also wanted to point out that the school district is running 26 locations, I believe. I'll have to double check that, but I think they have 26 summer school sites. So if the students are going to their program at 26 school locations, and some of those are also park school locations, that affects our program also. And we get lower numbers, and we're really not servicing the community as much as we'd like to from this program. So that's also another reason for temporarily downsizing it and reimagining it or reinventing it and coming up with something different in the future to reinitiate it or re-energize it, I should say. So I don't want to forget that there's still 26 other school locations where they're running a summer school program for children in those neighborhoods.
Okay. And so having that discussion they have a new director of summer school. That's a new position with Green Bay Schools. That might be a good person to have a discussion with, and maybe there can be some synergy there between park program and school programs, and we would know the answers. Can I find that name out for you and just let you know who that is?
Yes.
Okay, I will do that.
Alderdorf?
Yes, Elder Johnson.
Just a question for Director Ditch. Only because you said 2 schools in my area, so it just kind of, drew attention, but which was Tank and Fort Howard. Yep. I mean, is there, these schools are all relatively close together, right? So, is there at least like a stopgap in like Seymour Park, for example? Is there something going on down here?
Yeah, so, I looked at the new redistricting maps and looked at which parks we would have. So I believe in your district, you're going to be taking over Marquette Park, if I recall correctly, looking at the boundaries. So the 2 parks we would recommend in your district would be Seymour and Marquette.
Okay, because Seymour to me is a nice place to still capture Fort Howard and Tank residents. Tank could also go to Marquette. I just want to make sure we're not leaving, like a big void in our inner city with nothing going on.
Correct. And, I can either share a map of the locations or give you the locations at the council meeting or prior to the council meeting if you like, or really we're just, at this point, the locations, I shouldn't say are irrelevant. It's just figuring out what the budget is, and we can select the locations at a later date. It's just what we need to figure out as part of the budget is how many locations are we going to pay or fund for 2022. And then I can work directly with the Parks Committee on selecting those locations later on.
Okay.
All right. Any other comments on the parks portion of the budget? I'll entertain a motion then to, we voted to amend it, yes. I'll entertain a motion on the amended budget for parks. Maybe Alder Galvin wants to make that motion.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Alder Johnson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Okay, motion carries. We're on to miscellaneous, page 139.
The electronic document would be page 179.
To see contingency was up to 200,000, even though we didn't use it all yet this year. I think it's very smart of us to have contingency up in that area. There really isn't much on any other comments on this page. It's just the one page long. I entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Moved by Alder Galvin.
Second.
Second by Alder Corpus Dax. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I oppose nay. Motion carries. All right. Let's go to sanitary sewer, pages 149 to 151.
Electronic one.
Okay. Sorry.
That would be on electronic page 189.
Okay.
Yep. In between what you just went.
Fund total.
There's some totals for the general fund because right above that you're seeing everything by department level, and then there's just a total by account number. So it's a different way of looking at the exact same numbers. Just
Exactly.
Put it a different way.
Figured that out after a while. Thank you. Budget. Any questions on that?
No.
I don't see any. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Move to approve by Alder Galvin. I can second that. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Transit, I'm sorry, not transit. Parking division, page 153 to 155. Parking division. Any questions or comments on that?
None.
Okay, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve parking division. I can second that. Second. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Storm sewer, pages 157, 159.
Electronic 197.
Did I do that right?
Yes.
Because it says 157 it says stormwater utility. That's the same as storm sewer, right? Same thing, right? Yes. And Director Grenier is nodding his head vigorously. All right. Okay, I just am curious, what is levy supported H? It appears in many places and it's abbreviation, but what is the H? It's 51204 because in every case it's down 100% almost.
Levy supported health insurance.
Oh.
If we have any of the funds which are off levy, which are special revenue funds or other, we pay in out of those funds to help cover portions of the levy supported health insurance.
Okay. I just wondered that was also a theme. Yes.
Let me also
Diana.
tag on to that. That was the 10-year plan where we were subsidizing our retirees, their health benefits. So we have hit year 10 or basically year 11. We no longer are subsidizing as of the 2022 budget. So as Director Grenier was saying, you're going to see it in all the special revenue funds. There's small amount that they were helping to support based on, I think we're using headcount as the way to allocate it. But we also saw a large reduction in the general fund also, because we have now we no longer are subsidizing as of 2022. It is 100%. The retirees are paying the full rate for insurance and no longer subsidizing them.
Okay. Thank you. That was a question I had. I didn't have anything else under that. Anybody else under storm sewer? No. Entertain a motion?
Motion approved.
Okay, by Alder Galvin. Did you move your lips, Alder Johnson? Okay, I think that means he seconded it. He's chewing. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. All right, we are on to transit 164, 165 in the book.
Electronic 205.
I had just no questions there at all.
No.
Good explanation at the last budget meeting we had over at UWGB.
Yeah.
Anybody have any questions on transit? Nope.
Motion
All right,
approved.
Motion to approve by Alder Galvin. I'll second it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I can't hear you. Aye, okay. Opposed? Motion carries. Then Bay Beach, pages 172 to 175. Bay Beach, as we know, is self-funding. It's within the budget, but it's not, well, I don't know how to say it, but we don't use it. They don't share that. Okay. Any questions on Bay Beach? All right. I need little stickers on that one. I will entertain a motion to approve the Bay Beach budget.
Motion approved.
Second.
Motion to approve by Alder Galvin, second by Alder Johnson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. So then debt service, page 177, 178. And I do have a question. So on page 177, the principal notes is up 65%. And so I don't think we borrowed a lot more money, but explain that one to me.
Okay, yep, that is electronic page 217. Yes, over the last couple of years, we have started borrowing more equipment. Remember, we started shifting over equipment. In most cases, equipment's only 10 years, and we call that a note and not a long-term bond. So you are seeing an increase for two reasons. There's some items that maybe in the past we went out for 20 years, but it would pass its useful life. So I have recommended or working with our financial advisor, if we're going to borrow for it, not to go out for such a long life longer than its a useful life. And then second, as we, for this last several years, we've been borrowing for more equipment. That's why your notes have gone down, have gone up. And we saw a slight increase also in the bonding portion and the long-term bonds, but that's why the notes went up.
Okay, that makes sense because it was shifted over from where we used to borrow it from, which was the longer term bonds. Makes sense to me. Any other questions on the debt service portion? No?
No.
Entertain a motion?
Motion approved.
Motion approved by Alder Galvin.
Second.
Second by Alder Corpus Stacks. Any more discussion? Hearing none, seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. All right, workman's comp, page 180. The only thing is the liability insurance appears to have gone up quite a bit. Yeah. We probably talked about that at some point, right?
I I may defer to Director Falls or to Nate, but I mean, that was related directly to our excess carrier, I believe, but I will let probably Nate handle this one.
Okay, Nate.
Hi, yes, thank you, Chair. So unfortunately, we received the news that our excess work comp is projected to increase significantly. They're looking at a minimum premium from Safety National up to, they're thinking about $170,000 just for the minimum premium there. Previously, I believe we paid around 115. Excuse me, I don't recall the exact number, but it's a pretty significant increase. And a big part of that is a lot of the fear surrounding public safety, police, particularly with all the issues that have been going on. So there's just a lot of concern with officer injuries, PTSD claims, things of that nature. So the excess work comp carrier has increased all the premiums for all of their clients. We are going out to market. So we're trying to do some due diligence, see if we can find some better rates elsewhere. But as of right now, we have to budget for that contingency.
Okay, good explanation. Anyone else have any questions? Yes. Diana.
I'd like to jump in though. If you go down to the third line, you can see that our claims over the last couple of years have been coming in lower than actuals. And so you do see that we budgeted $1,046,000 for claims last year. We're down to $976. And as of the time we ran this budget book, we were only at claims of $447. Year before we were at $1,099,000, but otherwise overall we are seeing a reduction. We're having another good year in 2021. So just something to note. Obviously, through the work of Nate and working with the departments, we're seeing a reduction in claims.
Do you think part of that's due to people working from home through COVID? Is that why there would be a reduction, or don't you think so?
I can chime in here.
Okay.
A majority of our large claims tend to be from our field employees.
Okay.
So they really wouldn't have been impacted particularly heavily through COVID. However, I can add that as regards police and fire, that may have had an impact with fewer calls, things of that nature from last year. But cost-wise, we're not seeing any major trending that way. It's just lower costs in general.
Thank you.
Be a lot of paper cuts, Alderdorf.
A lot of paper cuts and improper ergonomic chairs at home. We know all about those chairs.
Yeah.
All right. So we are on, wait, we have to pass that, don't we? All right. No, wait, workman's comp. Go ahead. Who wants to make a motion?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Alder Johnson, second by Alder Galvin. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We're getting close, people. Workman's comp, we did that. General liability, page 181. I didn't have any questions on that. Anybody? Nope. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved by Alder Galvin, second by Alder Johnson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Health insurance escrow, page 182. No, it's a little bit, yep, that's very short, 182. That's the escrow account for the people that have worked and get their health insurance paid. Entertain a motion.
Motion approved.
Motion approved by Alder Galvin. I'll second it. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. 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 Opposed, nay. Motion carries. And the really best part, revenue. And there's so many revenues. So we'll just go through. I was thinking we were done. I didn't realize there was another whole page. That makes me feel very sad. All right. Revenue general fund, pages 184 to 194. Let's look at that first.
Yep, and it starts on electronic page 224. This is the grouping for all general fund revenues are all grouped together in this one section. This is where I would recommend, this is where you would also, in this grouping is where you would make a change to the EMS revenues based on the increase that Chief Litton had discussed earlier.
Aldorf, that's on page 190 of the paper copy, section 430 down towards the bottom, emergency medical services.
All right, so page 190, section 430, and it would be the second item under there, which is 430 emergency medical
It's actually
services or squad fee. Could
rescue
be
squad fees.
Rescue
yep.
squad fee. Yeah, rescue.
Bump that up another 150,000.
Okay, so I would entertain a motion to increase that by 150,000.
So moved.
Moved by Alder Galvin, second by Alder Corpus Dax. Any discussion on that?
Oh, 170, and we paid for those parks right away. I'm teasing.
You're not getting there. Fire's not an issue. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed nay. Motion carries. All right, so now we will, when we get to this part, we need to approve it as amended. But any other questions or comments on revenues general fund? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve as amended.
So moved.
Moved by Alder Galvin. Second by Alder Corpus Dax. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. All right, now we have to go to the next page. Revenue sanitary sewer, page 195. Wait, did I miss wildlife sanctuary or not?
Nope, that's part of the general
That's part of general fund. Okay, okay. Sanitary sewer. Okay, so this is where the minuses and the pluses really, that's why I dropped accounting. So it goes from minus 4907 actual in 2020 to minus 99,000. And that means it's plus, right? I mean, that means it's increased, right? 'Cause it's,
You're looking at an electronic page 234 or hard copy 194.
right.
That is your general fund. That is that is your revenues, showing that again, revenues have to equal expenses. So expenses went up 2.2%. Revenues had to go up 2.2%. So you're taking revenues correct. Budget was 88,127,000. We're looking at, prior to any changes, expenses would go up to 90,092,600, which is a 2.2% increase. Since that, you have now increased expenses by 26,750 to this 90 million.
Oh, all right. I was just looking at the line item on wildlife sanctuary concessions, but you explained way more than that, so that's good. All right. Anybody want to make a motion on that? No, that's
Motion to
wildlife. Sorry.
Yep.
Is that?
I think we're on to sanitary sewer now.
Yeah, we're up to sanitary sewer. Okay. Then motion to approve sanitary sewer, anyone?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Alder Johnson.
Second.
Second by Alder Galvin. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed nay. Motion carries. Revenue transit, page 198, 199 in the book.
Parking division would be next.
Oh, I'm sorry. God, I'm really getting a little whippy here. All right, parking division, page 196.
Approve.
Motion approved by Alder Johnson,
Second.
second by Alder Galvin. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed nay. Motion carries. Could you next year put the two sewer ones together? It would be a little less confusing. All right, storm sewer is next, page 197. And possibly, nope, it's just 197.
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Alder Johnson,
Second.
second by Alder Galvin. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed nay. Motion carries. We are on transit, 198 and 199. Pretty short. Motions?
Motion approved.
Motion to approve by Alder Galvin,
Second.
second by Alder Johnson. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed nay. Motion carries. And Revenue Bay Beach, page 200. So it's projected to be up a bit. I think it will be. I think we'll have more attendance. I'm hopeful. All right, any motion on that?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Alder Corpus Dax, second by Alder Galvin. Discussion, seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed nay. Motion carries. Did everybody say aye?
Yep.
Okay, all right. 29, fire consolidation, page 201.
Electronic page 241. This is going to be a new page that you have not seen before. Just a quick explain. This is our revenue from our Alloway division. It is really just shown now as a separate line item so that we can see that that is money revenue that we're getting in from Alloway, but it's not rolled into the general fund, so that we can kind of see the separation of what it costs the city, Green Bay, as City of Green Bay residents versus the amount that we charge back to Alloway. So you're seeing expenses and revenues, you're able to separate them. Chief Litton would like to talk a little more to that point.
Okay,
Chief Litton. That's actually the contract with Bellevue.
Thank you. You're right. Correct. And thank you, Chief. The reason why Alloway, we have had Alloway in our budget for many, many years. And if we were to pull it out of our budget and consolidate it and put it in this, separate it like we did with Bellevue, it would negatively impact our expenditure restraint. So we have decided to leave it in our general fund, just be able to report it separately so that we can see the cost to the City of Green Bay, the cost to Alloway, and then now this new cost to Bellevue. And so this is the additional money, revenue that will be brought in for the Bellevue contract. The expenses are, they offset each other.
Okay.
So if we amend these numbers, does it force their contract into compliance?
We're all getting whippy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I can't just turn this into 3 million or 4 or 5? No? All right.
How about if you make a motion to approve it?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Alder Johnson. Second by Alder Galvin. Further discussion, seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Now, I know I said we take a break at 5, but should we push on through and do the last 5? I mean,
Yes.
I'm thinking let's push on through. Okay, good. All right. The next is on page 202, which is revenue debt service. Page 202, the second from the top, 48,100 interest revenue. Help me understand the minus 60% thing. It means that we're going to lose that much. We're going to go down that much in interest revenue, but I thought we were getting more interest. So help me understand that.
Okay.
I don't know.
So like especially when you're talking debt, you have both sides of the interest. One, you have money sitting in this account that you're holding, the bonded money that you have held it because you haven't spent it yet. So you have it sitting in a bank until it's been spent. So we'll get some return, very, very minimal returns right now. There was a time right before COVID, we were well over 1%. We were getting for interest, maybe 2% returns. And then March of 19, it plummeted and we're under, in some cases, under 0.1%, 10.1. So interest has dropped. This line item, as you can see in 2020 actuals, we had 147,000 we brought in. To date, we are projecting that 2021, we're only going to bring in about 35,000. That's 80,000 is probably a stretch, but that negative 60% is taking what last year's budget was of 200,000. We took it down to 80,000, means we are expecting for budget-wise that we're going to bring in about $120,000 less than we budgeted for last year. There was a time a couple of years ago, we had $750,000 worth of interest that came into this account. So, that is something over the last couple of years we've had to deal with in a budget is the huge loss in interest revenue for money sitting in your bank because the interest rates are very, very low.
But on the good side, we pay less for the money that we borrow.
That is correct.
Okay.
And there is a day, there's a hope and goal that there is a day that there's going to be maybe years from now, but that, that interest will go back up and then you're just going to have more revenue that'll come into this account.
I get it. Thank you so much for having that patience with me. I get it. I'll entertain a motion on that if anybody else, unless there's any other questions.
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Alder Johnson, second by Alder Galvin. Further discussion, seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Item 30. Item 31, revenue equipment replacement funds, pages 203 to 208. How do we get revenue from replacing equipment?
Sell the old stuff.
Sell it.
We sell the old stuff. Okay, got it.
That is one potential, but on page 203 of the book, that is our IT department. And in those cases, they are charging back other intergovernmental departments for basically IT services. So that is the revenue that you're seeing there. In other cases, the revenue would be a levy supported. For fire, it's levy supported to pay for their capital equipment. For economic development, it'd be levy supported. Or in parks, we see some, yes, sale of equipment. So yes, several different ways you could have revenue in a capital account.
All right. Any questions on this account? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve equipment replacement funds.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve by Brian Johnson, Alder Johnson, second by Alder Galvin. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. All right. Revenue, workman's compensation, page 209 in the book. So again, we have some money probably set aside for revenue for workman's comp, and then we're not getting as much interest paid on it. Is that why that went down? Okay, same reasons. Okay. Any other comments on this? We're getting close, people. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Alder Galvin,
Second.
second by Alder Johnson. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. But just as a small reminder, we still have regular business to do from our other, not to be a Debbie Downer. All right. Revenue, general liability, page 210. Any questions or concerns?
No.
Seeing none, I'm entertaining a motion. Motion by Alder Galvin.
Second.
Second by Alder Corpus Dax. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. And finally, revenue, health insurance, escrow, page 211. Any questions? Entertain a motion. So moved by Alder Galvin. I'll second it.
Second.
Or I'll give Alder Corpus Dax a second. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. We are done. We'll do it all again Tuesday. All again Tuesday. Could take longer, could take shorter. We don't know.
Alder, Chair?
Yes.
Would you like a recap of where we're at?
Sure.
Okay. I also forgot, I was also asked by Alder Weary to just read a sentence. So I want to make sure I do that during this meeting. He just said, please read to the committee that he will bring his questions and ideas straight to the council since he had to work during this time of this meeting. So I wanted to make sure I read that because that was a request. And then
You made that pretty clear in council, but thanks for reading that again.
yes, the request came through last night.
I see.
So what we have done is the changes that we have made since the proposed budget was we increased fire contractual services by $6,750, and we increased pool seasonal salaries by $20,000, and we have increased the revenue on the EMS revenue on fire side about $150,000, which is the net right now would reduce your levy by $123,250,000. So, you know, you're the option of, you have a couple options. You can reduce your levy, which means the way it's presented right now, instead of a 1% increase as proposed, it's about a 0.78% increase. Or you'd always have the option of, you know, you reducing the one-time money and then stay at a 1%. So, you know, those are similar options, but that's where we're sitting as of now. Instead of a 10% increase on the mill rate, it's about 7.5%.
So we don't really vote on that now, right? We wait. I mean,
you actually did vote. You voted on all three of those changes right now, and you already voted to use the $655,000 one-time money. So you really took a vote on all of them. Now, if again by council time, if you decide or tonight you want to make a change that now it's not 655, you wanted it, reduce that by 123, that's something you could do now. But otherwise, you voted on the 655, you voted on the 3 changes in the budget. Where you're sitting right now, it's about a 0.78% increase on the mill rate and about an 8-cent mill rate increase. It was originally at 1% and about a dime. So you've brought it down slightly.
And it would be at council maybe that we would make the decision of what we want to do, or would this committee make a recommendation? We could make a recommendation. Committee, what would you like? Are you thinking of any recommendation to make it to council? Our choices are reduce the mill rate, or don't spend 655, spend like 527 or something around there, maybe 32 or something. Should we just let council decide?
I mean, they're going to decide anyway.
Yeah.
Right. So why have the whole discussion, right?
Yeah.
I agree. Let's just wait. All right. All right. So the budget portion is now completed. It doesn't look like regular business is going to take us very long. So should we just carry on and do the regular business?
Sure.
Carry on, my wayward son.
Yeah. There'll be peace when. Okay. Regular business continued. Consideration with possible action on the request to fill the following replacement positions and all subsequent vacancies resulting from internal transfers: financial analyst, administration services, and neighborhood compliance inspector. Any questions on that or concerns?
There's some backup on page 318 of the electronic document in case anyone's interested.
They're just replacement positions. So anyone want to make a motion?
Motion to approve.
Okay, motion approved by Alder Galvin,
Second.
second by Alder Johnson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Report of the Claims Committee. I looked that over. I had no questions. Does anyone have any questions on the claims?
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Alder Johnson. Second by Alder Corpus Dax. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries. Informational, our contingency account is at 104,650. The next Finance Committee will be held Tuesday, November 30th at 4:30 p.m. And the next Personnel Committee meeting will be Tuesday, November 30th at 4:30 p.m.
Alder Dorf, I would like to defer to Attorney Chavez. I'm not 100%. I don't know if we have to approve the whole budget. Now that we've amended all these changes, do we approve the whole budget as one big amended budget as your proposed, this whole budget moving forward? I don't quite remember how we've handled that in the past.
What was the original motion?
Well, I don't think there really was one, Attorney Chavez. It was like we did each individual item.
Yeah, letter F was review and approval of the mayor's recommended 2022 budget. And then under that, there was 34 items under letter F. We've made 4 recommendations, or we've made 3 changes, and those have all been approved, and each department has been approved separately.
So I guess it's review and approve the mayor's recommended budget.
It really depends on what the original motion was. I think that if we took each individual item separately without having a general statement, we're probably okay. But the cleanest thing would be to approve the budget, approve item F as amended. But if you literally just took every item separately, I don't know that there's an issue with that approach either.
And one more thing I will add, at the council meeting, we actually approve a final resolution for the whole budget. So that might be the point in which we do the final budget. But I just want to make sure we didn't miss something at this meeting.
Right. And historically, the reason that we've also taken up the entire budget at the end, not only the resolution, but you're also setting the mill rate, whereas here you've discussed the individual departmental budgets and individual revenue streams. You'll be making that reconciliation for any differential between revenues and expenses as part of that was one of the things that you discussed, was whether or not you wanted to do that tonight or do it as part of the council. And you brought that to the council, so you're going to be making that reconciliation next Tuesday anyway.
Yeah, I
comfortable with that
can
approach.
remember doing the whole budget at this meeting. This is my 4th time. And I didn't remember ever doing that. I thought we had waited till the budget meeting, but I could be wrong.
Okay, thank you. Just didn't want to miss something.
Here's me again, Rick. Let's invite.
This discussion happens every year. But I think it's appropriate to vote on the budget as amended.
Okay. Well, then do we have to make our decision?
I'll make the motion.
You can. Thank you, Alder Corpus Dax, for making that motion. And I'll second that. But just to talk about it, then do we have to make that decision now on what we want to do with that leftover money?
No, I mean, ultimately that's decided by council, but the committee
So
approves.
it's already amended. We can figure that out. Alder Gerlach.
But when it comes to council and someone like me has to consider it, I would be looking for a recommendation from your committee that would say, that, you know, some kind of recommendation. I wouldn't expect 34 recommendations.
Okay.
Right, so that's why the committee votes the budget up or down.
Okay. I think Alder Corpus Dax already made the motion to approve the budget as amended, and I seconded that. Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye. 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 Opposed? Nay. Motion carries. The budget has been approved so far by this committee. All right. Now, can we adjourn? All right. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn by Alder Galvin.
Second.
Second by Alder Johnson and Alder Corpus Dax. All those in favor say aye. 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 Opposed? Nay. Motion carries. Goodbye. Thank you, guys. It's been a long afternoon.
All right.
It's been longer.